Nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event is on. This is the season for more. This 4th of July, get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get 2.99% APR plus $1,000 finance cash on Tundra. Make the most of summer in a new Toyota truck. Don't miss the 4th of July sales event. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with pre-rated credit and can't be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro and 6/30/26.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates.
When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust.
Along with my partner and associates, I have been helping accident survivors recover for their injuries for over 25 years.
And we can help you. There's no charge for calling, so please call us today.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
Hi, this is Adam Johnson, owner of Golf Fitness Solutions. Exercise and golf have been two important activities in my life. I opened Golf Fitness Solutions in 2013 to help my fellow golf enthusiasts improve their posture, relieve their pain, gain strength and endurance, and most importantly, hit the ball farther. From beginners to professionals, I've had success working with all ages and all skill levels, and I can help you too. Located in Carmichael, call us at 916-802-5175 or go to golffitnesssolutions.com.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson. Online at SactownSports.com or on the app. Kings, Niners, and Sacramento. The Matt and Kayla Show starts now.
You should have known better than to fall for that.
Now I'm going to actually make him do it. I'm going to text him and be like, you said you're going to bring me food? Bring me food.
Out him on the air, so he has to do it.
I'm going to do it.
Carmichael Dave, literally seconds ago, just walked out the room, and today is a all-staff meeting here at Bonneville, Sacramento, which they conveniently always do in the middle of our show, so we cannot attend. So we have no idea how the station is doing.
Right, we're guessing.
They're all just talking ish about us, I guess, but the thing about an all-staff meeting is there's food. Well, obviously, we're up here slaving away on the air for you people.
Working off calories every saying we have.
Just sweating through 4 hours of radio.
Right.
While y'all are out there doing easy jobs like construction and stuff. We're in here slaving away, but we don't get food. You should feel sorry for us. Well, Dave comes in, hey, you guys want food? You want me to bring you up food? And Kayla's like, yes, yeah, please, no. And Dave goes, yeah, I don't care. Go and get it yourself. And then walks out.
Oh, no, he don't know what he just stepped into. Literally like I stepped into this morning.
Yeah, by the way, the text line's already talking about that from the 262 in Wisconsin. So did Kayla drive in with crap all over her shoes?
Yeah, it appears to be.
Better go clean the car, too.
Yep. Good thing I am a very cleansy person in terms of I just always am. That's why I can't believe I didn't see it. But it was literally like in there. Like it wasn't just I stepped on it. It was like in all the grooves of my Nikes.
Nice.
Yeah. Very mad about this.
So there's a bathroom here at Bonneville, Sacramento that now smells a little. Well, I mean, it normally already smells
I did
bad.
put soap all over and clean, make sure the sink was clean.
Yeah, soap doesn't remove the smell, though.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, well, not our problem.
Well, I just didn't want to have it in the studio this whole time. I thought that would have been really bad.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that would not have been good.
Because today's good vibes only. You know why?
Exactly.
You know why? Because it's the NBA freaking draft, baby. Let's
That's
go.
right. Let's do this.
It's draft day.
Let's go.
A day of renewed hope, renewed optimism. At least for me, I'm feeling great today. I woke up this morning. Well, I had a dentist appointment yesterday, which sucked. But then I woke up this morning pain-free.
Good.
Feeling ready for the next chapter of Sacramento Kings basketball. Ready to see whoever puts on that Kings draft cap tonight and exalt them as the future, the hope of the Sacramento Kings. No pressure, 19 or 20-year-old, but everything falls on you today, bud.
Yep. Oh,
Scott Perry's job.
Yeah.
The future of the Kings, our hopes and dreams, the mental health of hundreds of thousands of pained and tortured Kings fans. It's all on you, 20-year-old.
Yep. Whoever it might be, point guard, whatever it might be.
I'm excited.
The pressure is on. No, I am too. I'm looking forward to this. Obviously, my first NBA draft here, actually covering an NBA team in the actual city. So that'll be fun. And I hope I hope it's Darius Acuff Jr.? Hell yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. But won't be mad at whoever else possibly they take. I have faith that Scott is going to get the right guy, but hopefully that's Darius.
Hey, I'm manifesting today, man. After everything that we went through last season, really tough season, 22-60, right? Frustrating, difficult, sad, a plummet from the glory of Beam Team 1 just a few years ago.
Yep.
Would we all rather the Kings be picking in the top 4 or being where the Jazz or the Wizards are today? Yes, of course. And we can complain and talk. I heard Dwayne, and I hope Dwayne's listening if he wants to call into today's show too. I heard Dwayne on the morning show with Dave and Jason earlier today talking about like this draft is already ruined because the Kings decided to win games. Listen, I get it. That stuff's over. Today's the next chapter. We're turning the page. Today is a time for optimism. Today is a time for hope at a time where I think a lot of Sacramento Kings fans desperately need it. And look, if you're not there, if you're not ready to believe again, or you don't want to put your heart out there, you're going to build a wall around your heart again as a Sacramento Kings fan, I don't blame you one bit. It's your prerogative to do so. I woke up this morning ready, hopeful, optimistic, excited to see what the next chapter of Sacramento Kings basketball looks like. I'm very much looking forward to rooting on whoever the Kings select tonight. We get to see them in the California Classic in like a week, a couple of weeks, right? Which is very, very exciting. Summer League right after that. So I'm ready, man. It's here, and it's time for the beginning of a bright future for the Sacramento Kings.
And I think that's the thing. Last year is such a weird year to look back on, last season, I should say, because it was a lot of just of a hodgepodge of things that we just never even got to really focus on what they're doing for the future because we were worried about just that situation with the veterans and then the injuries. And then I think towards the end, we started to see, okay, some of this young talent has grown and we're seeing some things that we can be excited about. But we've all in the back of our minds had this draft in our mind. And now that we're finally there and know where we're picking, now they might trade up or down. There's still that possibility. But once you get that guy, finally I feel like you're taking the first actual step moving forward into rebuilding this team. And it's going to be a minute. It's not going to be fixed overnight. But it is a big step towards that.
This is a day that I think brings a lot of Sacramento Kings fans back, or at the very least, you're cracking the door open and peering in a little bit, because there are a lot of Kings fans that checked out at the end of last season. Just checked out. They had to do it. I can't do this anymore. I'm just taking a break. Today is a day that I think you're going to see a lot of Kings fans start to check back in and start to, okay, maybe I'll get a little bit excited, or maybe I'll start to believe a little bit. And then that will pick up to where I expect the California Classic to be packed and energetic the way it always is here in Sacramento. I'm glad it's back in Sacramento and you get to experience it.
Yeah.
Because the California Classic belongs in Sacramento every single year.
And how long was it out?
Just 1 year.
Just 1 year.
Well, last year was the first year that the Kings did not participate in it. I want to say 2 years ago, the Kings and Warriors shared it just like they're kind of doing again this year, because the Kings will technically have 2 California Classic teams and the Warriors will have 2 California Classic teams. And the way that works is basically the A team will play, Sacramento's A team will play here.
Yeah.
The Warriors A team will play there. And then they'll send like a B team, which gives them just more roster spots and things of that nature, which is cool. But like the California Classic originated here.
Yeah.
And the first 2 years were here. And then I think year 3, which was the Keegan Murray year after he was drafted, that was at the Chase Center.
Mm-hmm.
So we've shared it a little more with our neighbors in the Bay, but screw them, it's ours.
It's Sacramento.
It's ours.
Let's
California
be honest.
Classic belongs here, and we'll get to see some of these guys in action, including some other top picks like the Brooklyn Nets are going to be here.
I'm excited to see.
Brooklyn Nets have the 6th pick. The Milwaukee Bucks are going to be here. The Milwaukee Bucks now have 2 first-round picks. We'll talk about them finally trading Giannis in just a little bit. But because today is draft day, this is your day, a day for you. How are you feeling? Are you nervous, excited? How much do you trust Scott Perry? Phones are open all day long for you. 916-339-1140, 800-920-1140. You can also text the 916-339-1140 and shout out to everybody in our YouTube comment section already. It's already popping. And speaking of which, we got Jason calling in immediately to start the show. What up, Jason? Happy draft day.
Yeah, happy draft day. Hey, I got a couple questions. One question is, does the Kings have to do something? The window is now and not after the draft for them to make something happen, meaning trades, moving on up, moving on down. They can't wait until, in the next free agency or whatever happens, the timeline. And then also, they got plan A, B, C, D, whatever. What happens if all that goes to crap and now they have to do plan D, C, different plans? Does that mean that they have to go back to John Morant, see about getting him, Jaylen Brown, something out of the whack to try to figure out, and then also drafting wise, if, the Razorback kid is gone, what do they, is there another player? That's all I've been hearing about Razorback. I've not heard any other player that might substitute if he's gone.
Jason, appreciate the call. I mean, this is not did you hear about Vlade Divac's famous leak when he was the general manager of the Sacramento Kings, when the Kings posted a photo of Vlade in his office, and on the whiteboard behind him was his draft board?
You got to be freaking
It didn't
kidding
come
me.
out until after the draft,
yes,
right?
it didn't come out until after the draft.
But it did reveal what their board
they were
looked
thinking.
like. Yeah.
So we're not privy to this, so I can't answer all of Jason's questions verbatim or like, I know exactly what plan C, D, and E are. I do believe plan A is Darius Acuff Jr. I do believe plan B is Kingston Flemings.
Yep.
I think the Kings feel very confident that one of those two, maybe both of them, are going to be there at 7. And if both of them are there at 7, again, I think Darius Acuff Jr. is the pick. It'd be pretty. Can you imagine if both of them were on the board and the Kings went Kingston Flemings over Acuff? I think that would throw a lot of people for a loop.
That trip down to San Antonio was a good one.
I guess so. He had a really good workout in Sacramento, or really impressed in his interviews or whatever, and we'd maybe find out more about that. In terms of like plan D, E, F, I have no idea. I think what Scott Perry's going to do is what every diligent general manager is going to do. They have their board, they have the guys that they like, and they have scenarios ready and available to them if things don't go the way they want. Let's say, hypothetically, if the draft goes crazy, the top 4 is what it is. Let's say the Clippers go Flemings 5, and then the Nets go Acuff 6. I don't think this is happening at all, by the way. It would be insane. Do the Kings, even though they didn't work out Wagler or Michael Brown Jr., are the Kings fine taking whoever they like out of those two? Do the Kings have a trade down scenario, which there's a new one that's entered the chat with the Milwaukee Bucks that we're going to talk about today? Do they have that ready to go? Do they have a trade up scenario ready to go if they hear that a team is going to take Acuff at 5 or 6? We have no idea, but I'm very confident that Perry and his team, B.J. Armstrong, his assistant general manager, they've worked diligently over the last month to put together different scenarios and different pivots and try and play out different timelines. But I think they can feel very confident going into draft night tonight that they're going to get one of their 2 main guys. And if Darius Acuff is the main guy, I think they feel very, very confident tonight he's going to be there at 7.
Yeah, and I get what he's saying. Like, he referred to him as the Arkansas kid, which is very true. Yes, he comes from the Arkansas Razorbacks. But I think, yes, while he has been the guy we've probably talked the most about, and more so, I'm not going to, again, speak for other shows, but on this show, I know we've talked a lot about Acuff, but we've been breaking down players in terms of people who could be in that spot for about 2 months now. So we have discussed if there were a situation where a Wagler maybe or a Michael Brown Jr. happened to be in that spot, there is a very good chance they could still go and get him, even though they didn't work out for the Kings. There's also, the Braden Burries that I know has lost a lot of steam in terms of some of the places that, people were looking at him, especially here, because I don't think he wanted to work out here either.
Yeah.
But those are still, like, if something crazy happened, those are still all, like, good point guards that are at that spot.
Yeah.
The reason why Wagler and Brown didn't work out for the Kings is because there's growing thought that they were going to get picked by either the Clippers or the Nets, right?
Yeah.
So I think that it would be crazy if Acuff and Flemings both weren't there at 7. Then I'm sure they're fine taking the people who were supposed to be taken before them, according to most reports.
Absolutely.
And we've talked about this a lot yesterday too. Like, Scott Perry is a seasoned general manager. He's done this before. And in his one draft in Sacramento before he got the general manager job, his one draft in Sacramento when he was the assistant general manager under Vlade Divac, that was the De'Aaron Fox draft. And Scott Perry was instrumental in the Sacramento Kings being able to land De'Aaron Fox, understanding how to play the situation, organizing his workout, making sure he would be there for the Sacramento Kings at 5. So I think Scott Perry feels confident in his ability to, I don't know if manipulate is the right word, navigate, influence the order and the market to get the guy that he wants. Because a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, we were hearing this, there's no way Acuff's going to be there at 7. The Clippers or the Nets are going to use this and leverage the Sacramento Kings to move up to try and get a pick or try and get some sort of asset so the Kings can move up to get Acuff. And now a lot of mock drafts and a lot of the latest reports are, well, everybody knows that the Kings want Darius Acuff, but the Brooklyn Nets and LA Clippers value other players more than Acuff anyway, so it's probably more worth it for them to go those routes. It's like, there's a reason why Scott Perry is playing things the way that he's playing. If Acuff is indeed the pick, that's why I said on social media yesterday, I think he's navigated and played this perfectly if Acuff truly is the pick.
I'm curious as to what it was like prior to Scott Perry coming in and the confidence in making the picks or the confidence in the business side of making the picks.
Yeah.
Like, was that talk? Because I feel like the way you describe how Scott Perry is handling this, and again, he's had obviously past experience doing this kind of stuff, specifically with the Knicks most recently in terms of that. Was there this confidence at all with other GMs in the recent future that you were like, okay, he's working it in terms of, everything, kind of putting the right signals out there?
I would say Monty McNair got off to a really strong start with drafts because he started with Tyrese Halliburton.
Right.
But then we found out and learned a lot on draft night and after the draft that Tyrese Halliburton and his camp kind of orchestrated him being there at, I think it was 12, to the Sacramento Kings.
So it may not have been as much on Monty.
Well, we don't know that. Because Monty might have been working with Halliburton's camp to make sure that he would be there at 12. There's a reason why many believe he fell that far was because he specifically wanted to go to Sacramento.
He fell far.
And
that's what I remember you guys saying.
There's no way Monty doesn't deserve credit for that. And then if Acuff falls to 7, we can give Scott Perry credit for that, right? You can't pick and choose who gets the credit in those scenarios. Monty got off to a really strong start with his drafts. And then he developed an obvious type very quickly, and his picks became more and more confusing where he continued to draft older players and he continued to draft guards. And I know De'Aaron Fox felt a certain type of way about that. I know we were very confused about that. I stand by to this day. I don't think Devin Carter was the plan at all. I think the Sacramento Kings were desperately trying to move that pick and were not able to move it, and then kind of panic picked Devin Carter at the last second. I know for a fact the Sacramento Kings were very locked in on getting Franz Wagner, who's now in Orlando, and he was picked 9, and then they were on the clock at 10, and they picked Davion Mitchell because many considered him to be the next best player available out of Baylor. So the difference between Monty and Scott Perry, though, is how the two operate. Monty is very analytics-driven. He always has been very analytics-driven. Scott Perry is very old-fashioned. He's very old school. He's driven by personality. He's driven by eye test. He cares about the person just as much as he cares about the player. And he's very driven by, as we know, his 6 pillars, which people roll their eyes with. So I think Scott Perry's approach is very different to any other general manager that the Kings have had in the Vivek Ranadive era, and his experience is what shines through. So that's what gives me the hope. I can't speak for others.
Look, and I know like analytics, and look, I'm not an analytics person. Like I do like to look at stats, and I do like the X's and O's. That's different for me in terms of like hardcore analytics though. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think sometimes when it's mostly that in terms of how somebody thinks, some of the other stuff is passed over. But I don't think Scott though is just a basketball mind. So he might not be heavy analytics in terms of believing in that, but he just knows the game, I feel like.
He knows the game of basketball, but he also knows how to play the draft
and that's
game.
what I'm saying. Like I don't feel like in terms of having someone like that recently, you have had that necessarily.
I agree. I think there was a very clear drop off in the Kings draft quality as soon as Scott Perry left when it was Vlade Divac, and Monty McNair had his own system of way of doing things, but he hit big time on one draft and ultimately traded that hit away for Domantas Sabonis, and then the rest of his drafts were just kind of swings and misses. So we'll see, because this is the first really high leverage or not high leverage, high intensity, high pressure pick that Scott has to make. Last year, I thought he had a phenomenal draft, but he moved into the first round at 24 to get Neat Clifford and drafted or organized, essentially orchestrated Maxime Reynaud coming to the Kings in the second round. That's a lot different than generational draft, 7th pick, and you're hitching your wagon to, in the case of Darius Acuff, a guy who offensively looks like he has all the star potential on the planet, but defensively looks like he has a gaping hole.
Yeah. And like you've said so many times, when you're there today after the pick is made, and if it is indeed, now look, there'll be questions like this. If it's not Darius, there's other questions about other players.
Questions
that have to
about
be asked.
Everybody.
But with Darius specifically, it has to be the first or second question about how is this going to work with his defense right now?
Yeah. My number one concern with Darius Acuff is this. The Kings last season had a roster that was not synonymous with the way their coach talked, right? Like we went into training camp and had Doug Christie preaching 94 feet and we're never going to lose the fight or the game at the same time. We're always going to win the fight, and all these things and these Doug Christie defensive identity traits that sound great to say, but we gave up on it 3 games into the season because we looked at the roster and Doug Christie was damn near crashing out after games because it was like, this roster ain't going to do that. We went through a whole freaking year of that. So if you're going to go out and draft Darius Acuff Jr., who desperately would help you with your 3-point shooting that was abysmal, with your offense from the point guard position, which was abysmal last year with the exception of Russell Westbrook, he checks a lot of those boxes. But if Doug Christie's going to come back in a training camp and start talking about 94 feet again and defense this and defense that, and you just drafted Darius Acuff Jr., there's another obvious disconnect there that I think Scott Perry will have to talk about tonight. And then as soon as we get the opportunity to talk to Doug Christie, Doug would have to talk about. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but there's no way that part can be ignored. That's my biggest concern with Acuff, and it has more to do with the Kings than it has to do with Acuff specifically.
So Aaron Mick in the YouTube chat, which you can always watch us on YouTube, and of course subscribe to Sactown Sports on there too. The question from Aaron Mick is, what evidence is there that Perry knows how to, quote, play the draft game?
I just gave the De'Aaron Fox example. Trust me when I tell you guys, Scott Perry was incredibly instrumental in De'Aaron Fox being here. I don't believe De'Aaron Fox would have been there at 5 and the Kings would have gotten De'Aaron. Now, I know De'Aaron's a sore subject in Sacramento right now, but remove your frustrations with Fox and just look at him as the 5th pick in that draft and who was taken ahead of him. Look at some of the names that were taken ahead of him. Lonzo Ball, I know he was a hype train because of his dad to the Los Angeles Lakers. What the Suns did with, Jalen Johnson. This is Jalen Johnson, right? Who am I thinking of? I think it was
ahead of
whoever the Suns took in that draft. He was terrible, and I'm blanking on it. But the King, Scott Perry, very much orchestrated De'Aaron Fox's pre-draft workout with Sacramento during that entire draft process. If y'all remember, Fox was connected to the Kings the entire time. And we heard Fox wants to come to Sacramento. He likes the idea of Sacramento. That's why there was the reaction on draft day when the Kings drafted De'Aaron Fox. I was at a draft party for Sactown Sports in downtown Sacramento. The room exploded when the Kings took De'Aaron Fox with the 5th pick. Scott Perry was very much involved with that. Scott has also, as an assistant and as a main general manager, been very involved in orchestrating and organizing certain players being available in New York, certain players like Kevin Durant being available in Seattle. But if you want evidence, what he was able to do in that De'Aaron Fox draft is what gives me the confidence that I have.
Mitchell Robinson is also a really good example. He was drafted pretty late. I think that Emmanuel Quickley is a good example. He traded for that pick. I believe that was a part of the Porzingis package at some point. And that's pretty impressive to turn that into someone who was a piece for New York for a while and now getting a bag in Toronto, turning into OG Anunoby. They're all pretty late picks. So I think that gives me confidence in his ability to navigate that and make sure that his guys are available when he wants them. I think Kevin Knox is the biggest red flag.
Yes.
But
sure, and you can't be you're going to have some of those. Like you're never going to be perfect,
and
right?
he was the 9th pick. Also, shout out the comment section. I was talking about Josh Jackson, not Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
Josh Jackson.
There's a lot of J's and J's.
I almost guarantee you, if Scott Perry is not here, De'Aaron Fox is going to Phoenix at 4 or maybe even Boston at 3 because Jason Tatum over De'Aaron Fox was not a sure thing as much as it is now. But at the time, it was not as much of a sure thing. Like Perry was instrumental in the Kings landing their guy in De'Aaron Fox, who they had their eye on the entire time. If that, I could see history repeating itself today. In fact, I feel pretty good about history repeating itself today with Darius Acuff Jr. And if it's not that, then Perry is confident in what we've heard this entire time is we're okay being at 7 because we're going to ultimately get what we need, which is a starting point guard. I know Dave shared this morning, per league sources, the Kings believe that a starting point guard is going to be there for them.
I never know if he's joking or not.
Nobody knows. Sometimes Dave doesn't know.
Is he joking or is he serious?
Yeah, sometimes Dave doesn't know. The point is, I think Scott Perry feels confident in how he's played this situation that he's going to walk out with what the Sacramento Kings need at 7. If he has a preference of one over the other, I don't think that preference is strong enough for him to move up in the draft.
Right.
And I think he's done a masterful job over the course of this pre-draft process, even with information getting out there that he probably didn't necessarily want out about how much the Kings like Acuff or like whoever. I think he feels pretty confident, and he's been able to play his hand to deter teams like the Clippers and Nets from blatantly trying to take advantage of the Kings the same way maybe the Kings would have been taken advantage of in the past.
I think the most surprising thing real quick would be if he did trade down because for some reason Acuff wasn't there and for some reason we're getting the wrong signals that they don't want Kingston and they trade down and maybe get one of these other guards that we haven't really, talked as much about, but maybe Perry sees something in him that we haven't.
There is another trade down scenario that has entered the chat, and it has to do with the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll lay that out for you. I still don't like it, but we'll lay out for you why it could be on the Kings' radar. And, of course, we'll talk about the blockbuster that finally freaking happened. Giannis Antetokounmpo is headed to Miami, baby, to South Beach. Shout out Pat Riley for getting that done. Matt and Kayla just getting started on draft day here. Sactown Sports.
Some people call me the Space Cowboy.
Steve Miller Band brought you the Joker. And now Carmichael Dave is here to introduce you to the Sipper.
I'm a sipper, not a dipper. I need that shirt.
Big sipper.
I need that shirt.
Some ranch.
Yeah,
Sipping on some ranch.
I do drink my ranch.
Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Catch every soccer tournament match live on the big screens at Super Taco. Join Sactown Sports 1140 for the ultimate viewing parties. Win official jerseys, gift cards, and epic merchandise while enjoying great food. Bring your friends, wear your colors, and catch the action. Super Taco. Great food, great fun. See you there.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
NASCAR legend Michael Waltrip is coming to Echo Park Automotive Sacramento this Thursday from 2 to 4 p.m. Get there early to meet Michael and celebrate Echo Park's sponsorship of A.J. Allmendinger's number 16 Chevrolet at Sunday's Toyota Save Mart 350 at Sonoma Raceway. 10 pairs of race tickets are up for grabs in a live drawing, plus score an autographed A.J. Allmendinger hero card. And while you're there, browse Echo Park's huge inventory. Get the new car feel without the new car price. This Thursday, 2 to 4.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got 'em. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
It's NBA Draft Day. Previewing the first-round options for the Sacramento Kings. Here's Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
And at 11 o'clock, in just half an hour, Our friend Jake Gayden from CBS 13, he is in New York City for the draft. He will join us to tell us what's everything that's going down. His boots are on the ground down there. He spoke with a number of draft prospects, including Darius Acuff Jr. and Kingston Flemings yesterday. Doing great work over there is Jake Gayden, our good friend, and he will join us at 11 o'clock. Very much looking forward to that. Happy draft day to everybody out there. If you want to be a part of the show today, share how you're feeling, your optimism, pessimism, excitement, fear going into draft day tonight, or draft night tonight, I should say. Hit us up, 916-339-1140. You can call or text that number, 800-920-1140. And shout out to all of you in the YouTube chat right now. It's a big day in Sacramento, a day we've been waiting for a long time. But yesterday, we finally got it. I had Shams notifications on. I mean, I always do. And we got pump faked a couple times. The Julius Randle salary dump trade by the T-Wolves. We'll talk about that a little bit later in today's show, because I think that signals probably what the market is for Domantas Sabonis and how bad it might be. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But finally, I get the notification on my phone, and you know how you can like kind of pull down to see like the first few words of the tweet.
That's all I was looking for.
And all I see is Blockbuster. I'm like, there it is. Yeah. There it is. Giannis Antetokounmpo going to the Miami Heat. Pat Riley and the Heat ultimately get it done. Really, the Milwaukee Bucks just finally decided, all right, let's get this trade done. A package of 4 different players, including Tyler Hero, who's from Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually.
And Jaime Jaquez Jr., Clell Ware also involved in that deal, going to Milwaukee, as well as a number of picks. The Heat are sending Milwaukee unprotected first rounders in 2031 and 2033. They also, the Bucks get number 13 in this year's draft, a pick swap in 2030, and a 2033 second round pick. That's all according to Shams from ESPN. So a haul for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Not bad by Milwaukee, I would say. I understand why Boston was in it to the last minute. It sounds like, per an article from Sam Amick of The Athletic giving more details about this trade, it sounds like one of the reasons why the Milwaukee Bucks ended up going this route is because they were worried that Jaylen Brown wouldn't want to stick around in Milwaukee, which surprised me a little bit, because I thought you would want to reroute Jaylen, just like I thought you'd want to reroute Tyler Hero, but maybe not.
And that show, I think, I thought during our show yesterday when Shams came out again saying then it wouldn't be another team involved, that's when I was like, okay, it probably is going to be Miami now. Because like you said, I think we were thinking, okay, the Bucks want to get another team involved, and Jaylen Brown, again, I think he's still going to be moved out of Boston at some point. I just think like at this point they kind of made it known that
he's available.
He's available, and I'm sure, I know it's business and business is business, but I think he is starting to feel some type of way, which, you know, I get it, but he's also put it out there too that he wants to kind of be a number one. But yeah, I think the Giannis Antetokounmpo stuff's not a surprise. We kind of saw this coming, but now it begs the question of, okay, so is Miami automatically like a legit contender to, you know, make the playoffs, go far next year, possibly win a championship? I'd say they've gotten the first piece of really getting to that point, but I do think there needs to be some roster stuff happening around Giannis when it comes to the really legitimate, can they be a contender in terms of winning it all?
So you're pairing, the main star that you're pairing Giannis with is Bam Adebayo. So defensively, that front court should be really, really good.
But the back court is the question.
Davion Mitchell, who it sounded like the Heat wanted to include in this deal, the Bucks didn't go for. But I like Davion Mitchell. I think he's a very capable starting point guard. He fits Heat culture well there. Can they win a title with Davion Mitchell as their starting point guard? That's a great question. I don't know if I'd feel super confident in that, but Davion makes sense for them. They do have Andrew Wiggins, who is, I think, more sunsetting at this point in his career, but knows what it is to compete for titles when he did that with Golden State. So I don't think the Heat are tremendously far off, but as they stack up right now against the rest of the Eastern Conference, we'll see what the Boston Celtics have to do, but you're putting Boston ahead of them.
Yep.
You're putting New York ahead of them, of course. It might be 50-50 with Detroit, but Detroit's coming off a really good year, and if they could continue to build on their momentum, like, I don't think it's crazy to say right now that you could slot Miami, even after this trade, as like the 4th best team in the East, which they'll be in the hunt.
Well, yeah, and obviously they make the move because they feel like they can do this. You don't make the move unless you feel like you can, win a title.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be some maneuvering around with the roster and some additions. But, yeah, I think they got the biggest piece that they needed to get. And, again, like, not in the postseason this past year. They've obviously had good runs before, but just not been able to finish it here recently. But I think it's going to be exciting for them. But we'll see. And by the way, he's got to stay healthy.
Yeah, that's a
He's
big part of it.
He's got to stay healthy.
Too. But Pat Riley's done this before. He traded for LeBron. He's traded for Shaq. Now he's trading for Giannis. Like,
he knows.
Pat Riley and the Heat know what they're doing here.
They do.
And I think one, you're already a free agency destination because you're South Beach. 2, now you've got Giannis to help sweeten that pot. I don't think the Heat are going to have too big of a problem putting on paper a team together that they feel should be able to compete for an NBA title. I didn't even mention the Cleveland Cavaliers, too. They're in the mix in the Eastern Conference as well.
Absolutely.
Do you worry about a Giannis buy-in within the Heat? Because there's a lot of reports that he's late to planes. He's not like a huge guy around the locker room. He's kind of weird guy, like according to a lot of the reports.
I feel like this is a cop-out answer, so you can call me out on it if you want. If there is a organization to handle that better, like there's 2 organizations that I would trust to handle that the best. It's the Miami Heat and it's the San Antonio Spurs. Like those are the 2 model organizations for this is our culture, this is our identity, this is how we do things here. And I think it's a lot easier to listen to Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley than it is anyone in Milwaukee, especially when Doc Rivers was there. Like And Giannis wanted to go to Miami. It's not like he was forced to go to Miami. And, oh, God, poor me. I'm living in Miami now. Like, I think everything is lined up to where you should believe that it can work out. But it would be interesting if Giannis continues to do with some of the things that Giannis is doing. If Pat Riley goes, yo, we traded all that for you, pal.
I think these are the kind of things that I think players sometimes need in their careers at like these types of points of their careers.
It's a reset.
That's exactly what it is. Because Giannis did Giannis in Milwaukee. He could. Whatever Giannis wanted to do, Giannis did because he brought him a championship.
He owned that city.
And to a small market, which is also hard to do.
Right, he owned that city.
So it's like he kind of did whatever he wanted, but now it's like, okay, and we kind of saw it towards the end, especially this season with some of the things that were happening with, the injuries. And look, we don't really know what happened behind the scenes. If he really wanted to play and they were shutting him down, we don't know all the details of that in terms of was that true or not. But he's going to Miami now. I think it's only going to help his career to try to, like you said, reset it. And you're going to have to take a seat a little bit back and know, like, these guys are now running the show in terms of everything. Like, you're still going to be able to be honest, but there's going to be more say in what the upper, management is doing.
And Pat Riley got through to Shaquille O'Neal when Shaquille O'Neal hated him.
Good point.
I think that also is a good case for him to be able to cut through it.
I trust them to handle this better than they handled Jimmy Butler. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I think they've earned that, especially Eric Spoelstra. But as always, well, I'm very glad that Giannis isn't out west for one. But we got to make this about the Sacramento Kings in some way, shape, or form, right? It always has to tie back to the Sacramento Kings in some way. Well, listen, this is not Matt orchestrated.
Right.
Because Gary Wolfel, I think how you pronounce his name. He's a Pro Basketball Writers Association award winner. Like, I'm not too familiar with Gary's work. I'll be completely honest with you. But this is out there. It got aggregated. It got picked up. So it's at least in the ether. He says the Bucks have shown keen interest in point guard Darius Acuff Jr. and Michael Brown Jr. But neither player is likely to fall to the Bucks, who have the 10th pick in the draft. I'm told the Bucks were pushing for Brown to work out in Milwaukee in the last week, but were repelled. Darius Acuff Jr. is apparently on the Milwaukee Bucks radar. Now, you want to talk about the Bucks throwing a wrench into things. If the Bucks had traded with Boston and rerouted Jaylen Brown to the Clippers, like a lot of people thought was a possibility, and gotten 5 in the deal, I think that would have majorly screwed up the Kings on draft night, because I think it makes perfect sense for them to go. Yeah, it makes perfect sense for them to go Darius Acuff Jr. They're resetting. They're looking for excitement. Like, Darius Acuff Jr. makes a ton of sense for the Milwaukee Bucks. at to go out and get. He's not going to be there at 10. He's probably not going to make it past the Kings at 7. I don't like this idea. But if the Kings were to be approached by Milwaukee, who now have 10 and 13, and say, hey, here's 10 and 13 for 7, and the Sacramento Kings felt that Kingston Flemings would be there at 10 if he truly is plan B. I don't do it. But I think that's something that Scott Perry has to strongly consider.
Yeah, I think more so like, I don't even know though, like at the 10 spot, that's still 3 spot. Wait.
10 is considered to be Kingston Fleming's floor, but you would have to hope that the Hawks go like a day more.
You're still kind of like putting it out there, rolling the dice.
You don't do this unless you know exactly what Atlanta and Dallas are doing.
Also, I know like you used the word repel, like he didn't go work out for them, the Bucks.
Yeah.
In terms of Acuff Jr. And I don't know who is connected with the Bucks in that range. Did they work out Burries? Did they work out Philon? Like,
I actually haven't heard too much.
There are other guards that they could look to at that spot.
Right.
Now they're not going to have obviously everything around them like these guards we're talking about, but it's not there. I feel like if they're at that spot and those guys are there, it's not the worst thing in the world if you pick one of those guys.
Yeah, this doesn't. Yeah, okay. AI, Google AI.
I don't do AI.
Because they said leading up to the draft, the Milwaukee Bucks held workouts for a variety of incoming prospects, including Acuff Jr., Michael Brown Jr. Yeah, we already know that's not true.
That's not true.
All right. Sorry, AI. You're getting thrown to the trash. Yeah, I don't know who the Bucks worked out specifically. Again, the only way I make this move, if I'm Scott Perry at all, is if I know Kingston Flemings is going to be there at 10. And then this is where I know some Kings fans out there would talk themselves into, okay, instead of, I could either have Acuff Jr. at 7, or if I could have Kingston Flemings at 10 and then go Cameron Carr at 13, now my backcourt is solidified for the future. I get it. That's a huge risk.
Yeah.
Just a huge risk. Just take Acuff at 7, or which is what I think the Kings will do. But another scenario has entered the chat, and that's always fun. Well, like you talked about, Kayla, I think there is a little bit of Darius Acuff Jr. fatigue in Sacramento because of how much we've talked about him. And the defensive concerns of Acuff are significant. Well, Jay Billis is just another guy with an opinion out there, works for ESPN, very well connected, covers college basketball closely. He put out an interesting note yesterday about Darius Acuff Jr.'s defense, and it ties to stuff that you have hypothesized about with his role at Arkansas. We'll share that with you next. Jake Gaden from CBS 13 from the draft in New York joins us at 11 o'clock. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples deals, all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
Sacramento Kings return to Golden One Center this July for the 8th annual California Classic. Presented by Ticketmaster, the Kings, with the 7th pick in the draft, will host the Golden State Warriors, Brooklyn Nets, and the Milwaukee Bucks on July 4th, 5th, and 6th. 3-day general admission passes start at just $50. Come see some NBA rookies, second-year players, and other athletes vying for spots on NBA and G League rosters. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
For 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, tell me what's going on for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event.
Well, you'll have to choose between 3 great deals: 0% financing for 60 months, 2.9% financing for 72 months, or 4.9% financing for 84 months. And whichever you choose, you get no payments for 90 days.
Whoa, that was so many numbers. I don't even know what it all means.
It means you will save thousands of dollars on your new Ram truck with the best financing options available. It's a choose-your-own savings and payments adventure with Hoblet Dodge.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection, and now unbeatable interest rates. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
Financing through SFS for qualified buyers. 0% for 60 months equals $1,667 per thousand borrowed. 2.9% for 72 months equals $1,515 per thousand borrowed. 4.9% for 84 months equals $1,408 per thousand borrowed. No payments for 90 days on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. Offers cannot be combined with certain other incentives. Excludes Ram, 1500 RHO, and Tungsten models. Sample VIN 342368. See dealer for details.
Feel the force at Star Wars Night with the Sacramento River Cats. Join us at Sutter Health Park on Saturday, July 11th for themed fun, costumes, and summertime baseball under the lights. It's one of the most popular nights of the season. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
It's NBA Draft Day. Previewing the first-round options for the Sacramento Kings. Here's Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
I believe
that we will win.
That too. I hope the Kings will win. But I do believe that Darius Acuff Jr. will be a Sacramento King by the end of the night. I think Kingston Fleming's is plan B if for some reason Acuff is not there at 7, but I think the Kings have maneuvered and positioned themselves, and Darius Acuff in his own camp have maneuvered and positioned themselves to have him be there at 7. That being said, we've been talking about Darius Acuff Jr. here in Sacramento since late February, early March. Right?
Oh,
it started.
I think I started talking about him late January.
Well, whenever after Texas's head coach
Sean Miller
talked about him, that was the first time you really brought him up on this show and talked about him at length on this show. And I think naturally, when you talk about something so much, at some point it kind of gets old. It kind of gets tired, even if you're a fan of the person. And listen, the Kings haven't played basketball for months now. They haven't played basketball since mid-April, and it's late June.
We're getting to July almost,
right?
yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So I understand any fatigue that Kings fans might have.
Sure.
And I also understand that this pre-draft process is all about being nitpicky and finding things. And when there are glaring holes in players' games, like it appears on the defensive end for Darius Acuff Jr., a lot of people latch on to that. There's reasons for everybody to like or not like a prospect. That's just the fun and also the chaos of this pre-draft process. You add on top of that the pressure of getting this pick right for Scott Perry has a lot of people worried about if Darius Acuff Jr. is the selection. Well, I don't know if this changes anybody's mind or makes anybody feel any better. But Jay Billis, who works for ESPN, covers the college basketball very closely.
I think he does a great job.
You see him all over draft broadcasts. Like, he is very much one of their draft experts. He put together an article just labeling like what he thinks different teams are going to do, some of the best players. And basically he had a section of the best guard besides Darren Peterson.
Yeah. And Darren's more of a shooting guard.
Right. But it's not point guard.
He's
it's
just saying the best guard.
Best guard outside of the top four.
Yeah.
And he has Darius Acuff Jr.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what he writes about Darius Acuff Jr. There's one big piece of this that should stand out to everybody. After Peterson, the best guard in this draft is Acuff. The Detroit native was dominant through the season, leading the SEC in scoring, 23.5 points per game, and assists, 6.4 assists per game, to become the first player since Pete Maravich, ever heard of him, in 1969-1970, to lead the SEC in both categories in a single season. Acuff was the only player in the nation to average more than 20 points and 5 assists and shoot better than 40% on three-pointers. Acuff is compact, athletic, fast, and explosive, and can score on all three levels. He is a shot creator and creative finisher and a tremendous competitor. He did not defend at a high level, but part of that was his value on the court. Arkansas could not afford to have him out with fouls. Down the stretch of the season, Acuff was nearly unstoppable, nearing the impact of his breakout 49-point game against Alabama early on. Acuff could wind up as the best offensive player in the draft. He is special. That's Jay Billis on Darius Acuff Jr.
So I think the reason why I've felt comfortable never coming off of the Darius Acuff as the fit here, even with the defense in the issues, and I have seen it. I understand the worries. Absolutely. I'm not saying that anybody isn't justified in being questioned about him or being questionable about him. But I think I look at the bigger picture because I look at Darius Acuff, what he was asked to do when coming into Arkansas. It was expand your game a little more. You cannot just play iso ball the entire time. And I know he has been known for at times doing that, but he led the league in assists, this SEC. He was asked to do that. That was part of his game that he literally was told, you have to expand this at Arkansas.
Right.
I don't think he was necessarily asked, we need this defensive effort from you. I think at the next level now, where he goes to a team and they're going to say, you have to play better defense, I guess my whole thing on why I believe in Acuff is because I think I know he's going to do whatever it takes to better that part of his game. Now, is he going to be excellent at it? He's not going to be the greatest defender of all time.
Yeah.
But we're talking about a guy that has the wingspan. He is not a small guy up top, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, he is 6'3" with shoes on. But we're acting like he's like this 6'1" guard, puny little guard.
He's got good
who has
wingspan. He's strong. Yeah.
Right. And so I guess that's, and I might be completely freaking wrong in this, and I'll be the first to admit it. But what Jay just said kind of solidified again my feelings about why I've held on to that of not being a fit here.
Well, ultimately, not to diminish anything you or I have said,
yeah.
But what we think doesn't matter.
No.
Like if you basically said, I think that he is going to come in and he's going to work. You've stood by this. I believe he has the work ethic to come in and really attack and address that part of the game.
He's in the gym all the time. He's working.
I don't think the Sacramento Kings would feel if they truly do feel the way about Darius Acuff Jr., as I've heard, as all of us have reported, I don't think they'd feel that way if they didn't believe what you just said, or they didn't feel that he would work on that part of his game and improve that part of his game. This is just the first time, though, that we've had a credible college basketball reporter and analyst put those words on paper or say verbatim his role at Arkansas. What they were more lenient on the defensive end, and he wasn't required to do anything defensively because they needed him so much offensively. We heard the same things about Maxime Reynaud with Stanford, although we're talking about a second-round pick versus the 7th overall pick, so that's very different. Essentially this is my takeaway from it. 2 things can be true. 1, his defense at the NBA shouldn't be as bad as some of the things we've seen on tape at Arkansas, because at Arkansas they just said, hey, basically take plays off on that side because of how important you are offensively. That can be true, but also he's going to need to drastically improve his defense. Both things can be the same thing. But I don't think we, like that tape that surfaced that went around social media of, oh my God, look at these terrible defensive possessions by Darius Acuff Jr. I'm not saying this report from Billis has to make you feel any better, but maybe there's a reason why he was standing straight up on some possessions. I still have concerns, but it doesn't have to be like he's a lazy POS that refused to play defense and ignored his coach. I don't think that was ever the case. The case.
Yeah, and I think I'm reading can someone stop telling her to or tell her to stop slapping the table with every syllable?
No.
Nope, not going to do it. I'll do it more now, Shaky. Thanks for telling me.
See, now you're done.
It's just called passion, man.
We'll take the
Can't control passion sometimes.
Well, we got more coming because we still got 3 hours of pre-draft. It's draft day. We got so much content for you, but joining us next, Jake Gaden from CBS 13. He's in New York for the draft, feet on the ground. We'll talk to him next. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event is on. This is the season for more. Check out Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 0% APR on all Toyota EVs like the new CHR. Or get 0% APR plus $1,500 finance cash on BZ. Don't miss Toyota's 4th of July sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers in 6/30/26.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the matchday spread. He's reaching for the buffalo wing. Perfect! Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
NASCAR legend Michael Waltrip is coming to Echo Park Automotive Sacramento this Thursday from 2 to 4 p.m. Get there early to meet Michael and celebrate Echo Park's sponsorship of A.J. Allmendinger's number 16 Chevrolet at Sunday's Toyota Save Mart 350 at Sonoma Raceway. 10 pairs of race tickets are up for grabs in a live drawing, plus score an autographed A.J. Allmendinger Hero card. And while you're there, browse Echo Park's huge inventory. Get the new car feel without the new car price. This Thursday, 2 to 4.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
It's NBA Draft Day. Previewing the first round options for the Sacramento Kings. Here's Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
I am very excited to be inside the Golden One Center tonight for the Kings draft party. Now, I'll be downstairs with the media because we're hoping to hear from and speak to Scott Perry after whatever he decides to do in the first round tonight. But the arena itself will be filled with Kings fans ready to celebrate or bemoan, I don't know, whatever the Sacramento Kings decide to do with the 7th pick in this year's draft. But all the way on the other side of the country, there's our guy Jake Gayden, CBS 13. Now, Jake is very familiar with the New York area. He's an East Coast guy. He makes this trip all the time. And Jake, now via the phone, joins us here on Matt and Kayla. Jake, you've been doing great work over there already. You were hustling yesterday, speaking to some of these prospects, including Acuff and Kingston Flemings. It's an exciting day, my friend, a day that we've been anticipating for a while here in Sacramento. How is New York City, the home of the champion Knicks?
Well, there's a buzz in the city, I can tell you that right now, Matt. That they're still coming down from that New York celebration that they had a couple of weeks ago, and then, of course, the parade last week. It's a great time to be in New York, especially a hoops fan, because you had the NBA Finals this past week or 2 weeks ago, and now you have the draft, and it's a whole big party out here right now, and hopefully it's a big night for the Sacramento Kings as well.
Well, let's talk about it, my man. I mean, we have been throughout Sacramento, yourself included, all of us have been talking a lot about Darius Acuff Jr. and just all the signs pointed to him, and sometimes it feels so obvious that it can't be true, but other times, hey, maybe it just is the case. And you put out some notes yesterday from New York, and top of that list, top of those notes were, if Darius Acuff Jr. is there at 7, the Sacramento Kings are going to take him.
Yeah, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's going to happen. I think from what I've been hearing when it comes to the draft over the past week, and then, of course, yesterday, was the top 4 positions are pretty set, right, on who's going where. As one source told me, the draft really doesn't begin until the 5th pick of how it kind of unfolds after that. And I believe Darius Acuff Jr., bearing a trade that could happen with the Clippers or Nets at 5 and 6, will be a Sacramento King. They have been long connected for weeks now about these two sides. Acuff was in Sacramento 2 weeks ago for an individual workout, which he described was a great workout, and it was great to meet all the front office and the coaching staff, and he said it was an enjoyable visit. And this is a guy that is a franchise player. You can build around him. He's going to, as his coach Calipari from college said yesterday, he's going to be a minimum 28-8 guy. He could be a guy that can change a franchise, can definitely build around, and he's a bucket getter. I know we have a lot of question marks when it comes to defense, but Matt, you put out a great report from Jay Billis on ESPN last night that, yes, there are some defensive questions, but as Billis pointed out in the ESPN article last night, which I thought was a really good read, that Acuff couldn't play the type of defense he wanted to because he was so valuable to Arkansas and having him on the floor on a consistent basis that, if he did get into foul trouble, they were worried how they were going to produce the offensive numbers that they did. So I don't think it's a necessary want for him not wanting to play defense. I think it's a bigger thing of the style of play they played this past year. And I'm intrigued to see the type of defense he can play when he doesn't have that pressure on him. But like I said yesterday, all signs point to Acuff. It looks like Keaton Wagler might be moving up there in that 5 and 6 range. Same with Michael Brown Jr. Going in that 5 or 6 between the Brooklyn Nets and the LA Clippers. And I think Acuff is going to sit there. And if people are thinking that the Kings are going to trade up to try to get Acuff at 5 or 6, I think Scott Perry is going to be really smart about it tonight. Patience is a virtue, and he's going to be opportunistic. And I think he's going to sit at 7 and pick the best available guy there, if that is Acuff or another guy that we can talk about in Kingston Flemings.
Yeah, and that was my question leading into that. That's probably the guy we've talked about the most besides Acuff Jr., at least on this radio show, is Kingston Flemings. I know you got to speak with him a little bit yesterday. Do you believe that they would be comfortable taking him if Acuff was out of the picture at 7?
Yeah, I think they're extremely comfortable with both guys. They're just different skill sets and different ways you're going to build your team. I think with Acuff, you look at it and say he's going to be an offensive firepower on a consistent basis. Like I said, he'll average double digits, every night that he plays. With Kingston, I think he's more of a well-rounded point guard, much more of a distributor, floor general. There's no question about his defense. He plays some stout defense. And I think he's a little more raw in his game. He can build into his game a little bit more. Plus, I think his frame is also can fill in a little bit more after actually seeing him in person yesterday. He's a kid that can grow into his body a little bit more, especially at the NBA level. So remember, these guys are really young, right? 18, 19-year-old guys. These are not older prospects, but when you look at Flemings, I think he is still a franchise player that you can build something around. I just think he'd be a different type of player compared to Acuff, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Jake, how would you assess how Scott Perry has played and handled this pre-draft process? Because I talked about this a lot yesterday. We started the show talking about this. Perry was instrumental back in 2017, even as the assistant general manager to Vlade Divac at the time, of bringing De'Aaron Fox to Sacramento and organizing De'Aaron Fox, ultimately being there at 5 for Sacramento. He's done this repeatedly throughout his career, whether he was the GM in New York or his time in Sacramento or Detroit or Seattle with the Sonics. It seems to me that Perry has played this situation very, very well to where even the guy that everybody, quote unquote, knows the Kings want might still just be there at 7 because of Perry, how Perry has played this.
I think he's a veteran. This isn't his first rodeo, right? He's been around the block before and knows what to expect when it comes to the draft. I think with the previous regime, and nothing against Wes Wilcox and Monty McNair, but you were always questioning of like who's in charge of that group and of that group, which way were they actually going to go? And I think you saw that 2 years ago with the Devin Carter selection at 15 overall, if I'm correct on this. That draft, man, they were going into that draft thinking they were going to trade the pick for Kyle Kuzma. From my understanding at that time, that was so like on the finish line, like in the red zone, about to be scored, but unfortunately it just fell through. And then they pivoted to Devin Carter, and now we see where Devin Carter is, 2 years later.
Right.
With Perry, I think he's telegraphed this in a way that he knows exactly what to expect out of the draft and how to play this thing moving forward. And you can tell it by a veteran presence. He's not deviated with his plan. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and I think he's stuck with it since the beginning. There's a process that he wants to go through, and consistently his process has worked. My big intrigue, the biggest thing I'm intrigued by heading into tonight is not the 7th overall pick, because I think they're going to get a bona fide star in that 7th pick.
Yeah.
My question, or what I'm keeping an eye on for tonight, is if Perry can get back into the first round.
Right.
Yep.
Because I think if the Kings can get a second first-round pick tonight, not only will he smash it out of the park with the 7th pick, but we've known, and I think you guys were talking about it earlier in the show, he's done well in the 15 through 20-something range, and I think that's another star where you could another area where Perry has shown that he's thrived in, and he could do that again tonight.
Yeah, because, Jake, we saw your report yesterday. Obviously, Jake Gaden joined us. He's in New York for the NBA draft starting up tonight. You had said there is a possibility Scott Perry could trade back into the first round. Are there any names in particular that stand out to you that maybe they're looking at?
Not specifically, just because here's the problem. When in terms of the draft prospects of the guys they brought in for draft workouts, a lot of these guys were second round and late first round picks. Who they're looking at in that range would really, really be intriguing. My thing is, I think if you're Scott Perry and you have a guy in mind in that range of, hey, this is a guy that I like, and if he's there at 19 or 24 or 17, then you go out and you try to go out and grab them. And what I tried to phrase in my tweet yesterday is they're going to be opportunistic with their moves. If there's an avenue to get a guy that they want to get that's maybe slipping in the draft, I think there's multiple avenues to do so. When you look at the Memphis pick, the OKC pick, and the New York Knicks pick, those are the three ones that I'm personally keeping an eye on tonight in terms of trying to trade back into the round. And you look at it and you say, okay, Jake, how do you make this happen? Well, they have the 34th overall pick, and I think they have a second round pick as well. I think that could do it. I think that could do it for a lot of these teams in the later rounds, just because they don't need a first round pick on their roster. But in terms of the type of player, Kayla, I would say you're either going for, it depends on who you pick. Like let's pretend they take Acuff right at 7 overall. I'm hoping more for a stretch forward in that later round, someone that can back up Keegan, that can back up DeAndre Hunter. I don't think he's going to be there, but like a Yaxel Lendenborg is a prototypical guy that I think they're going to look after, maybe even an older type of player that could be someone there. Or they could take a risk and go after a guy like a Koa Pete that, he's definitely raw but can grow into himself. Again, it depends on the guy if there's a guy there that they want, they're going to go up there and get him, and there's avenues to do so. Specifically who that guy is, I have not been privy to that information, but from my understanding, they do have a guy, and if they're there, they're going to try to go up and try to get him.
But Jake, that's a great thing, though, right? Like, while you were speaking, it dawned on me, like, if there's information that I don't want out there at all, it's who the Sacramento Kings are eyeing potentially to move back in and get in the later rounds, because it could be contingent upon someone who we expect to be a lottery pick falling out of the lottery. Someone always plummets on draft night. Who is that person going to be? And maybe that person is who the Kings go after. Or maybe they really have a name that is mocked to go in the late teens to early 20s that they don't want out there, so people don't try and move up to, or like take them earlier and try and hold the Kings ransom. Like, this is, if there's an unknown that I want to be unknown going into this draft, it's who the Kings are looking at outside of that 7th overall pick so that they can surprise us on draft night and go and get that target. Like Neek Clifford is a great example, and I know you have a relationship with Neek Clifford. You covered him in college, Jake. Like we had no idea that Neek Clifford was on the Sacramento Kings radar at all, and suddenly there's Perry able to move up to 24 to get him. So I'm almost excited about the fact that I have no clue who they'd move back into the first round for.
And that's why I have confidence in Scott, because of what he did last year. Like, you look at the resume, and the resume speaks for itself. Like outside of Kevin Knox with New York, he has a great resume when it comes to drafting players. Specifically this past year, when you look at Neek and Max and how well that came together. And I think it's the same thing this year. Like I think there's guys like I said, that are maybe either falling in the draft, or guys that are just more of a project that they can take on. That could be a later pick that they can be able to go up and get. So that's why it also shows how savvy Scott is, right? No information has gotten out there of, hey, they've eyed this guy for a couple of weeks or a couple of, months now. So I know it goes back to the question that you guys brought up of like, how do you think Perry's done in this draft leading up to it? This just shows how savvy and the veteran presence that he has as a general manager, and not making sure the information gets out.
Jake, is there anything else you picked up from yesterday? I obviously know there's a lot of names there. There's a lot of people there that you're talking to. Anything else we can expect maybe tonight with this first round?
The Sabonis stuff is really interesting. I know people want him traded and getting offloaded, and I just think Scott's not going to sell him for pennies on the dollar. Right. I think there's got to be an attachment of a first-round pick with that deal, and I think that's been a holdup of late. I'm intrigued to see, if I don't think any of that's going to come to fruition. I think right now it's been a lot of smoke and nothing crazy. One source told me yesterday that the deal, there's no deal whatsoever. It's absolute garbage that rumor's out there right now. So I don't think a Sabonis to Toronto or a Sabonis to Charlotte's ever going to happen anytime soon. Could they revisit it in a couple of weeks? Absolutely. But right now, I don't have a sense that Sabonis is going to be traded tonight, and there'll be a draft night trade for him. I think the other thing that's interesting, guys, and I don't know if you guys saw this and this came across your timeline, but Michael Scotto just put out that DeMar DeRozan might be waived if they can't find a trade partner. I've heard about that for a couple weeks now. Yep. We kind of knew that coming out of the post end of season press conference that, there's like a handshake agreement there of like, DeMar wants to end his career probably in LA, and it makes the most sense with the Lakers or Clippers. And if they can't find an avenue for a trade, they'll probably release him and stretch provision him, which makes sense just because you want to honor, a future Hall of Famer in that way. But other than that, I think there's no big other surprises. All quiet on the Zach LaVine front. Mm-hmm. I'm intrigued to see what happens with Tyler Hero in Milwaukee now, if they end up keeping him or if they end up sending him to Detroit, because I know that's the connection there. And I think LaVine to Detroit also makes a ton of sense. But it really right now, all fronts have pointed to the NBA draft, and that's where the Kings' focus is on right now. And more stuff is going to come out of Summer League in the next couple of weeks. But don't expect the Kings to do much, because they can't really do much, right? Like they don't have financial flexibility to go out and get a free agent, and they don't really have much flexibility in trading someone right now unless they want to do it for pennies on the dollar. So if you're the Kings, this is going to be the most. If you're a Kings fan, this is the most exciting night you're going to have probably all season long, because I just don't see them doing much other than this heading into next season, because I have a feeling they may roll back out with the same roster they had last year, minus maybe DeMar and one or two other guys.
Jake, we'll wrap up with this. Kind of building off of everything that you're saying there, it might be difficult for the Kings to maneuver their contracts and offload the money that they want to offload outside of potentially DeMar DeRozan this summer. The real maneuvering will come, I think, in the rotation, right? And that's what I'm so fascinated with, is how Scott Perry and Doug Christie work together to not kill their own momentum. And what I mean by that is they very clearly, at the end of last season, prioritized winning and the development of their young guys over better draft lottery odds. So why then would they shoot themselves in the foot by playing a boatload of minutes, or playing Domantas Sabonis 35-plus minutes, or Zach LaVine 35-plus minutes, and now basically pushing the Maxime Reynaud's and the Nick Cliffords and the Dylan Cardwells down to where they're not getting as much opportunity as they were the season before. Do you have any thoughts on that, how they're going to maneuver those rotations? Because while you don't want to just have Domantas Sabonis sitting on the bench not doing anything, and the Kings with the new draft lottery system are going to need to win games to avoid the relegation zone, you don't want your own guys to hurt the development of your own guys.
Yeah, I think that's a double-edged sword there, Matt, because I think when you look at Levine, like, I think they've already had the conversation with him as, one, you're not going to start next year. Two, you're probably going to play 15 to 18 minutes a game. You're going to come off the bench. And it's not like an ultimatum, but it's like, if you want to play next year, dude, you might want to go and, find a new team, because it's not going to be playing a lot of time here in Sacramento, bearing an injury. I just don't think, Scott's thought on Zach, dating back to his podcast days, I think speaks volumes in terms of how he views the player. And Zach is one of the most dominant offensive players in the league, but he has to fit a certain style and a certain type of team for his game to work. And I think in Sacramento, that is not what they're looking to play. So when you look at Levine, I think he's the type of guy, like, no matter what happens, if he's on this roster next year, he will be coming off the bench and playing 15 minutes a game, and I don't think he'll be happy, and he'll be in a bad mood majority of the season on a nightly basis. And will he go off for a 40-point game? Sure, and they'll play him 30 minutes that game or 40 minutes that game, whatever it may be. But I think majority of the time he's going to be in a much smaller role than he had the year prior. When it comes to Sabonis, like, guys, I think we forget about, like, the thought process with this. I don't think having Sabonis on the roster is going to stunt Maxime Reynaud or Dylan Cardwell, because I think they can play right beside Domantas Sabonis. Like, I think that could be a type of pairing that could be really dominant, especially with smaller teams. Like, think of a big lineup where you have Sabonis, Max, Keegan, DeAndre Hunter, and Acuff. Like, that would be one of the longest, biggest, like, lineups you're going to have in the NBA heading into next season. And that's something that would maybe even excite me, just because of the deficiencies that Domas has, Max makes up for. Same thing with Dylan. Like, if you play Dylan with Sabonis, like, that's even a better matchup, because Sabonis could be the offensive facilitator and Dylan could be down there, being more of the rim protector that Sabonis isn't. So, I think if you're the Kings and you're a Kings fan, I think you'd much rather see Levine on a different roster next year for lesser money or lesser prospects back than Sabonis, because Sabonis is still, I think, an NBA All-Star, still a top 5, top 10 center in the league, and big man in the league. And right now, after the trade last night, I think he's the best big man on the block right now. So that props to Scott to not just, giving him, like I said, giving him up for pennies on the dollar. I think he commands a better, a better field than what he's getting right now. And just because he was hurt last year, many people have questions about it, but I still think Sabonis is still a perennial all-star in this league.
CBS 13's Jake Gayden with us, but he's over in NYC, the Big Apple, where the draft is happening tonight. Stay tuned to all of his coverage over on CBS 13. You can follow him on social media as well, with all of the night's festivities and more from Boots on the Ground in New York. Jake, we appreciate you taking the time, my friend. Have fun, go crazy, don't stay up too late, and we'll see you back in Sacramento safely soon.
Do you guys want me to bring back a New York pizza slice for you?
Yes.
What do we need? What do we want?
Pizza sounds great.
Bring me back a future all-star player, Jake. How about that? Kayla gets the pizza.
Okay, so
I'll take the all-star.
Future all-star, slice of pizza, and a dozen bagels. Done.
Perfect.
All right. Sounds good. All right.
Done.
Perfect. We'll have to have you in the studio.
No Yankees jersey, though. I don't want that.
Well, that's going to be on the donut. All right. All right. Come on now. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Jake.
Best of luck tonight.
Appreciate you. That's Jake Gayden, CBS 13. Check out all of his coverage of the NBA draft this evening.
I know a lot of people in here were like, wait a second, Zach LaVine, he can't just be playing 15 minutes or he's not going to be a starter. I think, honestly, guys, at this point, we don't know what the role is going to be for him if he's on this roster.
I don't think Doug Christie knows.
He might be a starter and be playing all the regular minutes that he did prior. or he might not be starting and his minutes are limited, or he might be starting and his minutes are limited. I think it could go. I don't think anyone's wrong right now for saying like this could be the situation, because I think there's 3 different ways it could go, or it could go the way that he's just not on this team, which I don't think is going to happen.
I'll tell you this, though. If the Kings draft Darius Acuff Jr., if they try and start Darius Acuff Jr. and Zach LaVine together in the backcourt, while buckets would be getting got, defense would not be being played.
Yep.
Ooh, boy. That would be
And that's maybe a question you guys are going to have to ask tonight.
Yikes.
In some capacity.
And if you do want to go more of an offensive guard in Darius Acuff Jr., do you have a defensive-minded guard on this roster to handle some of those switches and responsibilities?
Which is still something we got to figure out in terms of depth on that.
That's a lot of work Scott Perry has to do. But the work begins tonight with the NBA draft. And like Jake alluded to, the Domantas Sabonis situation, we might have a better idea of how little value he has or how difficult it will be to trade him for any kind of value because of what the Minnesota Timberwolves did yesterday. We'll talk about that when we return. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
MoonPay X Games Sacramento 2026 is taking on Cal Expo this summer. Catch live music performances and more than 100 top skate, BMX, and Moto X athletes compete. June 26th through June 28th. Get your tickets now at xgames.com.
Catch every soccer tournament match live on the big screens at Super Taco. Join Sactown Sports 1140 for the ultimate viewing parties. Win official jerseys, gift cards, and epic merchandise while enjoying great food. Bring your friends, wear your colors, and catch the action. Super Taco. Great food, great fun. See you there.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Struggling to find your perfect Ram truck? Look no further. Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland has the best selection of hard-to-find Ram heavy duties. And right now you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500s. Your new Ram is waiting at hobletdodge.com.
$14,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Laramie after $10,500 dealer discount. Incentives include $500 on the job upfit for eligible upfit. 1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership. 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade-in. 10% savings. See dealer for details.
The stars align in West Sacramento as the A's go head-to-head with the Los Angeles Dodgers for a spectacular summer series starting Monday, June 29th. Celebrate the start of the holiday week with an action-packed series. Be there to witness one of the most highly anticipated matchups of the season. Get your tickets now at athletics.com/tickets. That's athletics.com/tickets.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
It's time for your Sactown Soccer Report. Powered by Sac YOLO Mosquito and Vector Control District.
This week's key matches include Jordan versus Algeria, England versus Ghana, Switzerland versus Canada, Turkey versus USA, Norway versus France, and Panama versus England.
In soccer, defense wins championships. At home, defense stops mosquitoes. Train standing water. That's your backline. Dress with sleeves and defend with repellent. That's your keeper. Keep your doors and screens tight. That's your shutout. Sac YOLO Mosquito and Vector Control District. More tips at fightthebite.net.
It's NBA Draft Day. Previewing the first-round options for the Sacramento Kings. Here's Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
So before we got the blockbuster yesterday, Giannis to the Miami Heat, we got pump faked by Shams because the Minnesota Timberwolves, Brooklyn Nets, and Chicago Bulls combined for a 3-team deal, which sent Julius Randle and the number 28 pick to Brooklyn, and Nick Claxton went to the Chicago Bulls. Now, the Nets and the Bulls both had cap space to be able to absorb some contracts. This was a salary dump move by the Minnesota Timberwolves. No other way to put it. They had to use the 28th pick in the draft in order to move on from Julius Randle and his contract, which I don't actually know what that contract looks like. I'll pull that up shortly. He's making $33.3 million next year and next season, and then the following season, he has a $35.8 million player option. So obviously the Minnesota Timberwolves, they're looking to build upon the year that they've had. They're trying to be a title contender in the Western Conference, and financially they have a lot of money tied up in some of the other things they're doing. They've already pivoted, and reports are Naz Reid's going to be their starting four. Makes perfect sense. I mean, he's more than capable of doing this. But why does this matter? Why are we bringing this up? Well, because if Julius Randle, who was a contributor to a really good team in the Minnesota Timberwolves, you have to attach a first-round pick to him and just basically salary dump him. How can you expect to get a first-round pick and value back right now for Domantas Sabonis? Don't think you can.
No. I think that's a long shot.
Which is why I think we've been the same way we've been since the trade deadline, which is you're not moving Sabonis for nothing, so you're probably just not moving Sabonis right now. We'll revisit this next season, next offseason rather, when Sabonis is an expiring deal. Or we'll revisit it at the trade deadline.
I think now the best that you can do is just, know that, okay, he's probably going to be on the roster and try to get the most out of him in terms of having a healthy season, first and foremost. Mm-hmm. Let's just make sure Domantas Sabonis can stay on the floor. He had his surgery. He should have that all taken care of. He's had plenty of time to rest and recover. And I would think Domantas Sabonis is also, in his mind, thinking, I got to bounce back. I've got to have a really good season. I mean, I like Sabonis. I would love to see him healthy and play next year to the level he can play to. I think the biggest question for me was, how does that look with what this offense is trying to move to moving forward? Yep. Because we know it's not going to be the offense of old where they're running through Sabonis the whole time. So I think that was more of always my question of how can he fit this new look team, which is still in the process of being formed. Yeah,
I mean, that's where the conversation needs to shift now. I think we can put to bed for now the conversation of Domantas Sabonis being traded. He's going to be on the Kings next season.
Yeah, I think so.
And he's too good to trade for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He's also too good to not play. And while Jake Gaden from CBS 13, who was just with us, illustrated he seems to have a firm belief that you can play Max and Dillon next to Domantas Sabonis. I think the Kings will experiment with that. They did in limited minutes when Sabonis was trying to fight through his partially torn meniscus that he ended up having surgery on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still skeptical about if that'll work long term. Plus, if you bring Precious Achiuwa back, which we believe the Kings are interested in doing, they have to figure out a way to balance the minutes of Keegan Murray and DeAndre Hunter, who I believe the Kings want to play together, not just alternating one or the other. It's another piece of the puzzle that Doug Christie has to figure out with his rotations. The thing with Domantas Sabonis, though, is that Sabonis is clearly very difficult to build around. And I think a lot of people use that as a negative against the player. I'm not saying it in that way. I just mean you need very specific types of players to fit with Sabonis. And the more specific pieces you need, the harder it is to get them. Therefore, the harder it is to rebuild properly, which is why I've never subscribed to the idea that the Kings would include Domantas Sabonis in their long-term rebuild plans. But can he short-term through the remainder of his contract help the Kings win games with this new draft lottery system and hopefully complement whatever rookie point guard they bring in? I think they can accomplish that.
But I think that now this brings into the whole picture and situation with Doug Christie, because this is not going to be the easiest situation again for him. If we have a lot of these players that are back on the roster, that there could be some complications of how are these rotations going to look like. That is where you have to hope that this has been, him and Scott have sat down. There has been, I know staff is always a thing, and there's been a couple people that were let go or you moved on from. And this is going to be something that's going to also be looked to Doug and being like, hey, how are you going to make this roster work on the court with a lot of pieces maybe you hoped you had moved on from, but you're just realistically not able to?
Well, and I mean, let's just assume the Kings take Acuff tonight. And let's assume they buy out DeMar DeRozan. And let's assume they're not able to move on from Zach LaVine or Domantas Sabonis. All of these things I would put money on happening, by the way. Figuring out how you're going to balance that roster still, while it's going to be, I think, easier than coming into last season, because last season, forget about it. That was a completely offensively built roster. Now the Kings, I think, have prospects of being decent defensively. What a low freaking bar, just being decent defensively. But they have more, I think, defensive depth with this roster now going into this season than they certainly had last year with Dillon and Neek and DeAndre Hunter and Keegan Murray, just to name a few. Even Devin Carter, I think, could be put into that conversation. But you still got Malik Monk on this roster who's too good not to play. In my mind, I think his role is your backup point guard. For the short term, that's his role. It's where he was best behind De'Aaron Fox with the Kings and Bean team. That's the best version of him. Doug Christie was here for that. Doug Christie knows that. Just keep him in that role until you find a better long-term backup point guard option. I don't think Russell Westbrook is coming back in this scenario, so we can kind of, I think, say bon voyage to Russ, but who knows? Zach LaVine's got to play at least a little bit. I don't subscribe to what we talked about yesterday of the just send him home theory. I don't believe that's going to be the case. Domantas Sabonis definitely has to play. Maxime Renaud is more of an offensive center than a defensive center at this point. You still are going to have the majority of your roster with Darius Acuff added onto that is going to be known for the offensive side of the ball.
Right.
So will your words and will your game plan therefore match the roster that you have?
Yeah. That's very well put out, laid out, I should say. And that is then, again, back to my point, that is partly going to go on the coaching staff.
Yeah.
And next year, we're not going to be, depending on how the year goes and improvement, and I'm not saying they have to, be this playoff team and everything. That's not what I'm saying, but there has to be things that work this year or building upon things that we're like, okay, that's enough to show us, even with the roster not perfect for Doug and company. We've seen things be like, okay, that's something that he can do next year when he has more of those. I feel like we're going to have this conversation here 4 months into the season, and we're like, if it's a disaster, and we're going to be like, why is Doug still here?
But that's where it's got to be different. Like, you went through a whole season of this. Doug, you're not a first year head coach anymore. This is your second year. You went through a year from hell, but a year where you had to pivot. Did you learn from it? This roster has changed, has adapted a little bit to where they're trying to go. And I know they want to do more moves, but they can't just get rid of everybody overnight. But you can't just hit your head against the same wall and say, well, we've got these guys and they're healthy now, so we're going to go back to trying to do the same thing. It doesn't work. It didn't work. So stop wasting your and everybody else's time by trying to force a square peg into a round hole. Build your identity, or rather, let me swap that. Build your roster around your identity. And if you're not able to do that, then identify the pieces of your identity that are non-negotiable and hold those standards. If it is non-negotiable that you will not play if you don't play hard on defense, then if Zach LaVine or whoever doesn't play hard on defense, sit your ass on the bench. We can't be making exceptions for certain people who on paper are never going to fit what you say you want to be. Stop preaching 94 feet. Nobody on this freaking roster is going to do it. Like, that's the point that we have to get to. And I don't want to hear these same things in training camp with a roster that doesn't reflect that, simply because the Kings financially cannot build a roster yet to reflect that. Just don't waste our time. Don't draft Darius Acuff Jr. and tell us he's going to pick up 94 feet. Don't lie to us. Just build something and make it make sense. Put it on paper and have it match what you say you want to be on the court. Bare minimum. Just start there. That's all I'm hoping for. That's it. That's all I want. Is that so hard to ask? Yes, it is. We got to pick a side coming up next. Take a little break from all our NBA draft talk, but not NBA rumor talk. LeBron James, a new LeBron rumor. Ooh.
That's right.
Talk about that
Starting
when we come back. It's Pick a Side on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
This Green and Gold Injury Report is brought to you by the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates. If you've got an injury, just call Gingery. This past week, Luis Severino has been transferred from the 15-day DL to the 60-day injured list. Mark Leiter went on the 15-day IL due to a right hip impingement, and Brett Rooker was sent to the 10-day IL with a bone bruise in his left knee. Gunnar Hoagland will now officially miss the 2026 season after undergoing surgery on his left hip last Monday.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms? At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Are you looking for a night out that actually delivers? Grab your friends and head to Sutter Health Park for Sacramento River Cats baseball. We've got cold drinks, great vibes, and live baseball all in one place. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Pick a side, any side. It's time for Pick a Side on Matt and Kayla.
Don't worry, we still got plenty of draft talk coming for you, including in our lunch break segment. That's where we're opening it up to you because we want to hear from you today. What do you want to happen tonight? How much faith do you have in Scott Perry to handle this draft correctly? We're opening up the phone lines to you in about 15 minutes. But right now, it's time to pick a side. Anthony, what up?
How's it going?
What's up, Anthony?
It's draft day, baby. We're excited. Anthony's all kingsed out over
He
here.
is. I like that
He's ready.
shirt. It's
He's
like
ready to
old
rock.
school.
Proud past, proud future.
Very
Trying
nice.
to get the vibes right.
I know he's wearing all sorts of different, like you said, decades, eras, or whatever you want to call them.
He's got the throwback Kings hats, too. Oh, I love those. Bring back the old Kings logos.
I do like those more. Going down to LA, though, fortunately, there are already rumors floating around that LeBron James could, in fact, reunite in Miami. Would this make sense?
Oh, Giannis went to Miami? Can I go to Miami, too?
I'm taking my talent, South Beach.
Boy, LeBron and Giannis
Part two.
together. Oh, we shall see. I mean, you know how I feel about this.
You want him in Golden State.
I want the Golden Girls.
You do.
I want LeBron. Anthony, I'm very serious about this.
He
by
wants
the way.
the Golden Girls tour.
This is my dream. Is LeBron goes to Golden State to play with Steph Curry, Draymond Green. They bring Klay Thompson back. Jimmy Butler's healthy or whatever. Like, I love the idea of just turning the Warriors into a entertaining retirement home for that generation of NBA stars and just rocking it out for the next year. They won't win anything, but it'll be fun as hell. That's what I want. Not you going back to Miami, LeBron.
I will say, watching the Olympics when they played together
Right?
was some of the best basketball I've ever seen.
Right? Now make it older with bad knees and bald spots, and you got Golden State.
Yeah, it'd be entertaining to sell tickets. Of course it was. Or of course it would be, but
Kayla hates this idea.
It just makes me sick.
No, I would
makes
also.
me sick.
It would make me sick if it actually happened.
God.
I'd still watch.
No,
it's like the Kevin Durant thing. Like
It'd be
I still.
like the train, like eventually derailing. You know, it's gonna eventually go off the track.
I describe the Kevin Durant signing as ruining my childhood.
Mhm.
Kevin Durant ruined my childhood. So it's anything that goes to the Warriors.
It's on that level.
Yeah, I don't want
about it.
anything to happen.
Well,
we would never escape it. 81
okay,
of 82 games
we are not going down
would be
this.
on national
no, that's
TV.
not the pick a side. The pick a side is LeBron in Miami. Look, this was one of the ones that we threw out there. It was Cleveland, it was Miami, it was Golden State. This is one of the 3-packs that were out there that possibly could be reuniting in terms of at least Miami and Cleveland. And now this seems more, I think this makes more sense maybe than Cleveland right now.
Well, I think that definitely is true.
I mean, I just wanted to see that because I wanted to see him go back home.
And it happened.
But it could happen. You never know.
He complained about Cleveland. He doesn't want. He's Hollywood LeBron
He
now.
loves Miami, though.
Well, it's other side of the country, or you just, hey, take a nice short
I bet
flight.
you has a place there, Matt.
Probably. Nice short flight, hour long, from L.A. to the Bay Area. Come on, LeBron.
Just live in LA and
Get to the next question, else we'll be talking about this the rest of the show. Good Lord.
A report says that Mac Jones could still be traded if third-string QB Curtis Rourke improves in training camp. Does this happen?
I'll tell you one thing. I'll talk about it in the 2-minute drill, but Mac Jones is on tour right now. He's down in Nashville throwing at tight end U, but there are now some new things out there saying that he could be traded. He went and shut down a little bit of that the other day on, I believe, the Rich Eisen show, and someone was filling in for Rich on that day. But I think it's still a possibility, especially if Rourke does kind of show that he is growing into being possible backup. Because I just heard Sam Darnold was on Bussing with the Boys, and Sam Darnold said he learned everything in terms of what reset him in San Francisco. He goes, when I went to San Francisco, it kind of reset like that quarterback mentality. He called it like quarterback U or something like that.
It's Kyle Shanahan.
And then he went on to clearly have some success in 2 other places
Listen,
since then. So
it's in the best interest of the Niners for Mac Jones to maintain this status of this golden grail quarterback that could be available for any team who needs one. That's like, the Niners should want this to carry out throughout the entire season. Oh, Brock Purdy's healthy and played every single game, but this shiny golden goose, Mac Jones, is ready to go whenever we need him, or you could pay us a first-round pick to go and get him. Like, this is what the Niners want. If I'm the Niners, I'm putting out left and right how much teams might be interested in him still to keep that value up while still verbally saying publicly, no, we love Mac Jones, we want to keep him here. Because you win either way. You either get Mac Jones as arguably one of the most steady, best backups in the league, or you can sell him for a premium. Great. The Niners are handling this perfectly, in my mind.
Selling high on Mac Jones has always been what I've wanted. I mean, just like, he's good, but I really think that the track record speaks for itself, and they can do whatever they want with whatever quarterback they have, and it's I trust them to do what's right.
Yep, you're exactly right. We got another one on there?
Yes, we do.
This is a Kayla special.
Ice cream without a cone is a crime, yes or no?
And
mostly for ice cream shops.
Yeah, exactly. Like, let's say you're going to, like, an ice cream actual shop.
Okay.
Because it's different if you get a gallon of ice cream. We don't all have cones there. We put it in a bowl, call it a day.
Eat it out the tub. What you talking about?
But when I go to one of these ice cream shops in town and I'm seeing those cones right in front of my eyes, and it's like bowl or cone, if I don't do the cone, I feel stupid.
Nah, cone gets in the way.
What?
Yeah, cone just gets in the way.
Cone gets in the way, but like when
You'd
you
rather
get down
eat
to
the
the
cup?
cone, you know, the ice cream one is in the cone, and you get down to the very bottom, and it's got the ice cream and the cone.
Listen, ice cream
nothing
lady,
beats it.
get your big ass spoon thing. Scoop me a big old clump of mint chocolate chip. Throw that ish in a cup. I'm out of here.
It's all you need, right?
I
all
prefer
I
a
need.
cup.
Simplify.
You like a cup too?
I like a cup, but it's
Really?
it's for a mess. I don't think I don't think the cone's getting in the way. You
Okay.
eat the cone.
My
I think
hand
the cup
is
gets
covered
in the way.
in the drippings of melted cream.
That's exactly how I feel,
You
but
just
I
have
think
to
it's a
eat it
skill
quick.
issue.
Yeah, probably. That sounds like a skill issue,
I
guys.
think that I have.
Excuse me.
I'm
am I
bad
being,
at doing it.
Am I being shamed for
a cone skill issue on your guys'
I don't want to have
part.
to. I don't want to have to speed eat my ice cream so I don't get drippies on my hand.
By the way, what is I know his is mint chocolate chip because mine is usually mint chocolate chip. It just depends on where it's coming from. What is yours?
I don't really have one. Like I have a Salt and Straw right next to my house, and they have the crazy flavors.
Those are great.
What is it called?
Salt and Straw?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard of this.
They have
great.
like insane flavors.
They have one of the
Really?
fountains.
Yeah.
That it's the fountains in Roseville. Their flavor combinations are wild.
Give
There's
me an
like
example.
Olive oil.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's like olive.
I like the olive oil.
It's like
no.
olive oil, lavender.
Yeah.
Like it's
Okay, I can't do
it
that.
sounds like scented candles.
I really like the lavender one too.
But their
Yeah.
mint is really good.
But I don't really get ice cream like that. So when I go, I'm just like, give me whatever the weird one is. And they have like seasonal flavors too, like with like balsamic in it. That's always
Okay,
insane.
that's crazy.
Yeah, they're all weird.
Do you feel like when you get those flavors, you're eating an ice cream that's very healthy?
No.
Okay.
They're so bad for you still. It's
Okay.
just crazy flavors.
From Sydney Dean in the YouTube comment section, they do make cone bowls. Yeah, but now we're getting into
that's true.
Now we're getting into
Sydney,
the realm
that's
of like
true.
bread bowls for soup and stew.
No, because then
you're
you
doing
like,
too much.
You chop it off and
I
then
love
you
a bread
dip the
bowl.
ice cream into it.
You're
I love
doing
bread
too
bowls,
much. Simplicity. Cup, ice cream, spoon. Let me go to work.
I just like the little cones, not the short cones, the middle waffle cones, not the big waffle cones.
Also, those little cones that they give you at soft serve ice cream, like your own self
I don't
serve
like those
soft
ones.
serve ice cream, those things
Those
are
are ick-
abominations.
Those are icky. Those
Because everybody
like
tries to
light cones.
build Eiffel Tower of ice cream on top of this little unstable.
You're just
base.
worried about the mess. It's all about the mess.
yeah.
Same thing with like what McDonald's. You ever get a vanilla cone at McDonald's? They're like,
Not
here
anymore.
is the cone's that big, and the ice cream could feed a family.
Do you want less ice cream or more cone?
I want no cone. I want all the ice
None
cream.
of the above. Okay.
I mean, like that's why give me a McFlurry.
I gotta check out Leatherby's. I have checked
Oh
out
my
the one by
God.
my place, Hanson's.
You do not eat at Leatherby's without getting you could either eat at Leatherby's or roll in a mud puddle. You will walk out the same level of dirty. There is no such thing as eating at Leatherby's and getting out of there on the other side clean. And you will use an entire basket of napkins in the process. Leatherby's hits.
Okay,
me
I'll have
tell
to
you.
try. I've got a couple I got to try out now. I got to try that weird one out too.
Now I'm hungry. Perfect timing because it's lunch break.
Lunch break.
Coming up next. Kings fans, what do you want to happen tonight? How are you feeling? How much faith do you have in Scott Perry? Phone lines are open. Call in right now. 916-339-1140. We'll talk to you next. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Some people call me the Space Cowboy.
Steve Miller Band brought you the Joker. And now Carmichael Dave is here to introduce you to the Sipper.
I'm a sipper, not a dipper. I need that shirt. A big sipper. I need that shirt.
Some ranch.
Yeah,
Sipping on some ranch.
I do drink my ranch.
Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
We golfers tend to grumble too much. Golf Monthly's Nick Bonfield compiled our biggest complaints. They include our own game. The refrain, is it going to be another one of those days, should maybe be realigned and set about the next shot with positivity. Next is our equipment. We always blame our tools even though they were just along for the ride. Course conditioning is another gripe, and maybe you should try getting up while it's still dark, whether it's 108 or 32 degrees, and deal with global warming, limited budgets, and sustainability. And then go hug your superintendent for what they do. Dress codes get a lot of attention. Some feel the tradition should be maintained, and others are comfortable in t-shirts. It's a game, people. Also in the mix are rules of golf, slow play, the World Handicap System, tee time booking systems, bad luck, and more. I say you get out of it what you're willing to put into it. You're on a golf course, your phone's not ringing, and you might make a birdie or two. Enjoy the moment. There's lots of time left in the day for complaints. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
NASCAR legend Michael Waltrip is coming to Echo Park Automotive Sacramento this Thursday from 2 to 4 p.m. Get there early to meet Michael and celebrate Echo Park's sponsorship of A.J. Allmendinger's number 16 Chevrolet at Sunday's Toyota Save Mart 350 at Sonoma Raceway. 10 pairs of race tickets are up for grabs in a live drawing, plus score an autographed A.J. Allmendinger hero card. And while you're there, browse Echo Park's huge inventory. Get the new car feel without the new car price. This Thursday, 2 to 4.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Chad, I got a question. What's happening for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event?
Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on those hard-to-find new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. Plus, you can take advantage of available 5.9% for 84 months financing, with no payments for 90 days on select inventory.
Chad, you've always got the best selection of Rams, and now the best interest rates.
We are truck people at Hoblet. That's why we have over 600 new Rams available. And more importantly, the hard-to-find Rams you're looking for. That means your new Ram is waiting at HobletDodge.com.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection, and now unbeatable interest rates. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Laramie after $10,500 dealer discount. Incentives include $500 on-the-job upfit for eligible upfit, 1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership, 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade-in. 10 of the net savings, see dealer for details.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the match day spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect! Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too! Incredible! What a finish! Sensational combination! Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
Join Kayla in Sactown Sports this Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. at Cal Expo as the world's best skateboarders, BMX riders, and Moto X athletes take over Cal Expo June 26th through the 28th. Tickets at xgames.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. It's time for the lunch break. Your calls, your thoughts, your segment. Call or text us at 916-339-1140. It's the lunch break on Matt and Kayla.
It's almost here. The draft is just hours away. Who the Sacramento Kings will take with the 7th overall pick, that question will be answered. Or if they trade up or down, which I don't think is going to happen, will be answered tonight. And we'll hear from Sacramento Kings general manager Scott Perry after the first round of the draft is over and done with. I'll be inside the Golden One Center tonight with the rest of the media watching and following along. Above us in the actual arena itself, thousands of Kings fans will be watching and taking it all in. I'll have to peruse the draft party a little bit, say hello. So if you're planning on...
I'm down with all of the important people. But I might be able to make it up and peruse with all of you.
Yeah, I'm down working. People are having
I'm giving you
fun.
It sounded funny. I'm giving you a hard time.
Listen, we'll be sipping on margaritas.
He's
and
like, we'll be getting an ice
couches.
cream bar.
We get foot rubs until they make their decisions. No, we sit at a table and talk amongst ourselves while we wait to see what the Kings are going to do.
It's not as fabulous as
glamorous.
Yeah. But it is cool to always be there on a draft day.
Oh, it's a blast.
Get to hear from everybody right after in terms of the GM.
These days are fun.
Does Doug talk for you guys in terms of it's just Scott?
No, it'll just be Scott.
That's what I thought.
I mean, if Doug did, that'd be pretty surprising, but no, it's usually just Scott.
I think NFL is a little different because NFL draft day,
with the
everybody
coaches.
talks, yeah.
Yeah, the coaches are definitely more involved in personnel decisions in the NFL than they are in the NBA. In the NBA, don't get me wrong, I'd be shocked if Doug Christie wasn't in the draft war room tonight with Scott. And of course, they're going to take Doug Christie's thoughts into account and they're going to be aligned in their vision and everything like that. But unlike the NFL, the coach isn't front and center with that. It's very much in the NBA, the NBA culture is very much the GM builds the team and the coach coaches
Very
it.
separate.
Unless you have like a Brad Stevens situation
Sure.
to where Brad Stevens left being the head coach of the Boston Celtics to become the GM of the Boston Celtics.
Sure.
So
Oh, by
sometimes
the way,
those lines get blurred.
I didn't know I did a voice when I did that. I was talking about the exquisity that you guys get to experience.
Yeah, it's quite.
Very exquisite.
That's Carmichael Dave's daughter's what is it? USC voice.
Oh, don't bang on the thing. You're going to make people mad.
Sorry. My bad. Give us a call right now if you want to share how you're feeling, gut feeling, going into the draft tonight. Are you going to be inside the Golden One Center for this draft party? If I'm not mistaken, the last time the Kings have had a draft party inside of the Golden One Center, was it the Marvin Bagley draft?
I think it was Bagley.
Because the Keegan Murray draft was outside, if I'm not mistaken, even though the Kings are the 4th pick in that draft.
Is that the one where the guy gets caught going back up the stairs
He's shaking
with
his head.
a really bad?
Yeah. After the Kings didn't draft Luka.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oof.
Hey,
Let's
exercise
turn
the demons.
That around, Kai.
Get all the bad heebie-jeebies out.
Oh, goodness.
Now
be a good
everyone's
draft
going to turn
party.
around and leave angrily no matter what.
No matter
so
what they
that
do.
They can be right.
The Kings somehow get A.J. DeBonce at 7. I wanted Acuff. Stupid.
Dang it.
We're just all programmed to expect the worst.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some people that are feeling positive, that are feeling optimistic today. I woke up feeling great. I don't know why. It's just, I guess it's in Scott Perry we trust. I have no idea because after being so pessimistic and beaten over the head with how this Kings season went, I'm ready for hope. I'm ready for excitement. I'm ready for a 19, 20-year-old kid to walk across that stage, put on a Kings draft hat, and usher in, hopefully, the next great era of Sacramento Kings basketball. I'm ready to manifest that today. And I don't care if it's copium. I need it.
As soon as the show's over, I'm burning sage outside the arena.
Oh, we're going
walking around.
We're going full
Let's
Kyrie.
go.
Yep.
Full Kyrie Irving.
Have
Get
you
it all
ever done
figured
that,
out.
you guys? The sage stuff?
I've not.
No, I don't know what that
I've never.
I'm
well,
LARPing,
it's like
sorry.
a big. It's a
No,
thing
I know
you
what
light.
it is.
Yeah.
It's like they light a candle.
No, it's not a candle.
I know. I just don't.
Yeah, it's like a big I can't say this on radio, but yeah, something you put in your mouth.
Oh yeah, it does
looks
look
like
that.
a big one
it's
of those.
It's just like it's got a lot of. It's just a big like bundle of like dried leaves of sage. Yeah. And it creates a lot of smoke.
Mm-hmm.
So catch Matt George getting arrested by police officers outside of the Golden One Center when I'm lighting a big thing of romaine lettuce on fire.
They'll be
Just
like,
walking
"Where's Matt tomorrow?"
Honestly, we might
got
not
arrested.
be the only ones doing it. I feel like this is going to be a common
Listen,
thing.
we'll take everything we can get.
Yeah.
I'm down for prayers.
Sure.
I'm down for what's our rocks, magical rocks, essential
Crystals.
oils,
Oh,
crystals. There you go. Essential oils.
Oh, those do smell great.
I'm down. What superstition am I only hopping on one foot?
You're wearing the same underwear.
No.
You
That
said
is-
you're down for
no,
superstition.
I'm not doing that.
That's what
I didn't do
baseball
that.
players do.
I didn't do that. That's gross.
Well, some of them do that.
Don't talk to me, weirdos. Change your underwear. Basic hygiene over baseball superstition.
Good draft pick jerseys. Wear those for good luck.
Oh, that's a good one.
Where I guess some people would argue Keegan, but Jason Williams.
There you go.
That's a good draft pick.
If you have a Tyrese Halliburton
Oh,
jersey,
yeah, right?
wear it tonight. Leave your Marvin Bagley jerseys at home if those still.
Did you have one,
exist.
by the way?
No, I did
Okay.
not.
I
There's
just had to
only.
check.
Let's see. I own multiple De'Aaron Fox jerseys.
Mhm.
One of them I stole from this station though. I own
Should you be saying that?
Yeah, I don't care. I own a Mike Bibby jersey. I own a Christie jersey. I do have an old Doug.
You
Christie.
do?
It's when I was a kid though.
That's kind of cool.
I have a gold Mike Bibby jersey. Ugh.
I have a Team USA Mike Bibby jersey.
That's
That's
sick.
sweet.
Love those. And of course
That's
I
sweet.
have a Weber as well. Yeah, I don't have the only recent player. I never got a Keegan Murray jersey, and that surprised me with how much I love Keegan. But I never.
Yeah,
got a
you
Keegan
did
jersey.
really like him.
I do really like him. But
Do
especially
really
on
like
draft day when the Kings took Keegan 4th overall. Oh, I was the happiest dude on the planet.
Should I get an Acuff one if they get one? If they
Yeah,
draft him?
absolutely. That's gonna be a fun jersey to buy. I mean, I part of me wants. I'm gonna get the jersey of whoever I think they draft at 7. I need that hope. I need to manifest.
You don't want to wait at all. I'm scared.
Yeah,
Of course I'm
scared. Yeah.
you have the right to be. For sure.
There's always the draft caps, too. I like buying the draft. Although the draft caps this year didn't look that great.
Sometimes they're a little too crazy. I had the one.
I think they're super basic.
I think I had the Fox one, even though he got the visor. I had the one that it was like
The
suede
silver.
on
Yeah,
the.
I have that one.
Yeah, I had that, and I'm like, when am I gonna wear this? I'm
This
not.
is the draft caps?
I haven't seen the draft caps.
I think they're just black.
Yeah, they're just. Well, that one's bejeweled.
That
Why
doesn't
the
even
hell is
look
that
like
one
anything
bejeweled?
different. Like
Why is that one bejeweled?
bedazzled.
Bedazzled.
You have a bedazzled
That
draft
one's
cap for
blinged.
this year.
Why- Are
Well,
they
the championship shirts.
Wait, are
were
they actually
bedazzled.
blinged? They are.
Let me see. Push it back.
That's the draft
Oh,
cap?
really?
I don't know if you can see
I
it,
don't
Anthony.
know
It
if that's
looks-
the draft cap.
It's
I don't
That
think
is the draft cap.
everyone's bedazzled.
I think that they are.
It's like all
Oh,
shiny.
that's a little weird. I mean, I don't know.
Might pass on that one.
That's not my mom loved that.
$60? Shut up.
I mean, the Knicks were wearing bedazzled shirts when they won.
And
That was-
that is very true.
You want a title. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Not
Those were
draft
kind of
cap.
cool though.
I
The
like
font
them.
on them were the font was cool.
I like them a lot.
Yeah. But I don't know about the hat if everyone wants that. What do we got, a caller?
Jacob, happy draft day.
Happy draft day. How we feeling?
I'm feeling great today. I'm feeling optimistic. I'm good vibes only.
I'm feeling excited. I found this one little fun fact out I want to see. You probably know the answer, but do you know when the last time the Kings drafted with a first-round pick, they drafted a player under the age of 20 years old? Do you know what year it was?
Ooh, hold on. Under the age of 20.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh my God, it's been a while.
It has.
Well, yeah, 'cause they're
That's
used to-
making me so excited.
Yeah, they're mostly drafting freaking 23 and
We
24
got
year
an
olds.
18, 19.
Oh, I'm excited about that part. You're right. Well, in Tyrese was not. Tyrese was like 22 because he was 3 years in college, I think. Oh my God, how long has it been?
Matt's been stumped.
Jacob, you know the answer. Who is it?
2018 Marvin Bagley.
Oh God, why do we got to keep going back to this man?
I hung up on his
thought that
ass
was the answer.
so quick.
Dang
Jacob,
it.
I said good vibes, Jacob.
He was the last one
You
and done we
overthought
got.
that.
I said
Matt.
good vibes.
That is hilarious.
We're not doing that today.
But before that, I think
Double
it was a
down.
while too. Before Bagley, I think it was.
Yeah, the Kings do not draft teenagers very often. Thank you, Jacob. Screw you. I broke my pen.
You really did. How do you?
Man, good vibe. I thought Jacob was. I thought we were vibing. Jacob had good energy. I had good
He
energy. I was
did.
thinking that was going to be a good call.
Oh yeah,
We were gonna-
Fox too. Before that was Fox.
Oh yeah.
Fox was
De'Aaron
19.
was 19.
I
Yeah.
think. I'm pretty sure that sounds
He was
right. He
19
was
or
one and
20.
done. He was,
Yeah, he
he
was
was
a one
19 or
and done.
20.
But Acuff will probably be one of the younger ones, right?
Yeah, he's 19.
Yeah. I think he just turned.
It's crazy. Cam Boozer
When
is the youngest out of that group.
I know, because he looks
Cam
the
Boozer,
oldest.
I swear to God, Cam Boozer is 24.
Yes.
He looks 24. Everybody talks about him like he's Yaxel Lindeborg in
Yep.
terms of age, but a most impact player. I'm at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk through how we think this draft is going to go tonight and kind of talk through, because Chris Watkins and I sat down on the Matt George podcast last night, and we just did essentially our mock draft of the top 10.
Mhm.
We talked our way through the top 10, and the Utah Jazz at number 2 was actually a really fun conversation because
Who'd you go with?
we went with Cam Boozer.
At 2, yeah.
I think Cam
I'm starting to
Boozer-
think that too.
Cam Boozer at 2 could be almost, I think it's like a 50-50 coin flip at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Makes a lot of sense for Utah to go that route.
Yeah.
But damn it, Jacob.
I don't think he was trying to be rude. He was just
No, he wasn't trying to be rude at
he
all.
was
He
just
just brought
spitting-
down my vibe. He
It
killed
just
my
went
vibe.
back to Bagley, and then I go back to double down.
We don't
every
talk.
time
No,
go back
we don't
to
talk about
Bagley.
that. Today's a new day. That's Voldemort-ish. We don't bring up those words today.
I don't know what that is.
Voldemort from Harry Potter.
Well, I know like he's somewhere in the Harry Potter universe.
Yeah, in Harry Potter, you
He's
don't,
just someone.
Yeah, someone. I'm
you don't
not good
say
at that kind of
Voldemort's
stuff.
name. It's like you don't say it. It's like that you don't on draft day.
All right.
With renewed
All
optimism,
right.
we don't bring up bagels.
We're back to the crystals.
Yes.
And the
Yeah,
sage.
there you go.
Don't
Yes,
say
back to
it.
crystals and
We're
sage.
manifesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Don't step on the chalk line. I'm not going to step on a single crack on my way from here to the Golden One Center. Not a single
Better
crack I'm
not.
stepping on. Not going to do it.
Better
I'm
not
thinking
walk
about
under a
Jason
ladder.
Williams a lot. That was the beginning of everything being good.
Jay will.
For the time that
Yep.
I wasn't alive. But
Duh.
that's what I'm thinking of.
I'm thinking
right now.
Jason Williams, but he's actually the player that you don't need to trade to get across the finish line. You
Mm-hmm.
keep him this time.
Sure, but we get there no matter what. It just started something. I just need something to start.
Something good. Something exciting.
I think 1 through 10, you were just saying that in terms of you guys were predicting that on your podcast that you filmed with Chris Watkins last night. There has to be something that's not going to go according to plan 1 through 10. There has to be. Like, I'm looking at all these little nice mock drafts now that it's, we're coming down to the hours before the draft, and everything seems like it's going to go according to plan, and including Acuff here. And I'm like, something's not going to happen according to plan. There's no way.
Someone's going to go
and
crazy
if it
and
does,
screw
that's
something
fine
up.
too, but
Just not the Kings, please.
yeah. And it might be just a flip-flop of like a Peterson. He's not going to go at 3. He's going to go to 4.
If Peterson falls to the Bulls at 4, that'd be pretty cool. Pretty crazy.
I think that's more likely to happen than anything.
Someone in the comment section earlier said I had a nightmare last night that Peterson fell to 7.
Oh, geez.
A nightmare?
Yeah.
It was a nightmare.
Just a we're like not like we're not Darren Peterson like believers 100%, but there was a lot just that happened that it's like if he fell to 7, like why the hell did you fall to 7 then?
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be weird. But obviously it's not going to happen.
Also, Anthony, I don't usually do this on the air, but I'm going to need you to get Drew Down's ass out the chat because he had the audacity of saying Harry Potter over Lord of the Rings. Ban him. He's also a Warriors fan, so double ban him. Ban him,
that was
unban
get
him,
under your
and then
skin.
ban him again. I know Drew personally. I want to punch you in the face. How dare you? Hashtag Team Gandalf. Anyway, I am
got really nerdy.
I am very listen. Don't worry about it. It could just be blind faith. It could be copium. It could be just blind optimism. I'm just choosing to put all of my hope in Scott Perry. I'm choosing to trust and believe that he is different from what the Sacramento Kings have done throughout Vivek Ranadive's entire ownership era. He is as seasoned as a general manager as Jeff Petrie was when Petrie famously built the Kings teams in the glory years, going back to the Jason Williams draft and things of that nature. Again, it might just be wishful thinking, but that's very much where I'm at. Is my hope and optimism and good vibes this morning, waking up with this draft, just falls into my belief that Scott Perry will handle this draft correctly. I mean, I have no other choice than to feel that way.
Yeah.
If Kings fans don't necessarily feel that way, that's totally fine. I believe in how Scott Perry will handle this draft tonight. And I mean, he better get it right because arguably he gets this draft wrong. I don't know how many more drafts he'll see in Sacramento.
That's the thing. It's like he's coming in at such an interesting time, like from everything last year to just the roster not really being anywhere close to what it needed to be, to all these things that he's got to eventually move on from. And then now it's like it's a blessing to be picking this high, and you wish you were picking higher, obviously. But it's also like there is absolutely more pressure. It's not like last year where you can be like, oh, like is Neek still what he needs to be? Well, I don't think it matters right now because he was a lower first-round pick.
Not as many expectations.
Yeah, but it's like this is the pick that you have to start the what's it called? The roll, like starting the rolling effect of how everything else is going to turn out.
This is either your future star or your future Robin. That's what you need out of this draft.
Mm-hmm.
You can't walk out of this draft with your future third best player unless you have a super team.
Yep.
Like that's what this is. Like Keegan Murray, when you drafted Keegan Murray, you were hoping he would be the third best player, even though he's 4th overall, with Fox and Sabonis. This draft, you are looking for your number one guy, which is another reason why I think Darius Acuff Jr. makes so much sense for the Sacramento Kings, because outside of those top 4, Acuff has such a obvious star power, superpower offensively. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to translate.
Mm-hmm.
But you can look at Acuff and see potential star ability because of offensively how gifted he showed he was at Arkansas.
You just brought up Keegan Murray's name, and I know that he's a very well-liked player, and people were happy, I think, for the most part with that pick. Mm-hmm. But there is still like a lot to be seen still from him, and it didn't help that he got hurt last year. No. It didn't help at all because it kind of stunted his year. Mm-hmm. Do you think, like, if he had he's at the level, we've seen what we've wanted to see at him, like, he's on a path of, like, hey, Keegan's, like, that dude, you think we'd be thinking, like, a little less pressure in any situation? just because we just still are like questioning exactly what he can be.
I'll speak for myself, but I think most of the fan base feels the same way. I think we've all settled into the belief that Keegan Murray is not going to be a all-star or a star player.
And that's tough though, because that was like, what was he overall? Fourth? Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's a little bit of a tough pill to swallow.
But Paolo Banchero went number 1 overall.
Right.
He's definitely a star in Orlando, but there are questions about in Orlando, can he be the number 1 guy? Jabari Smith Jr. went to the Houston Rockets. There's a major question mark with him in Houston, although he's contributed to a team that's definitely made it to the playoffs. Who am I missing? Who else? So it was Paolo, it was Jabari Smith Jr. Oh, Chet. Duh.
Yeah,
Chet
and that's
Holmgren, obviously, with the Oklahoma
And look,
City
he didn't have
Thunder.
the greatest final series there. In the Western
there's
Conference
question
Finals,
marks with
but-
everybody, so it's not like, the Kings made a huge, colossal mistake drafting Keegan 4th overall. We're just getting to the point now with Keegan specifically where his second contract now kicks in. Your rookie scale contract is over. You're being paid with expectations now. So I still very much believe that Keegan can be a very key contributor to a playoff team. I think the Kings feel the same way. That's why they gave him that contract extension. And I do think Keegan Murray is still very much part of the long-term plan in Sacramento. What he offers on the defensive end is invaluable. If he can get that three-point shot, I'm not even talking about getting him 40+% anymore. If you can get him to a 36, 37% three-point shooter consistently for a season with what he brings on the defensive end, how good he is as a rebounder, and he has developed an ability to score a little bit more from mid-range off the dribble, there is a third option on a playoff team there in Keegan. But that, to me, is as far as it's going to go.
Okay.
You can't, I don't think, he's going to have an opportunity to maybe show a little bit more than that. But I don't think Kings fans at this point should expect more than that.
Yeah, and I almost think now if they do draft a guy like Acuff, like it was mentioned here, bringing up both Hunter and Murray, like for Murray specifically too, like just to continue to be that defensive guy that you can, because again, we don't have a ton right now that are executing it to the level that needs to be executed, but I believe he's one of those guys that can do that.
It's been a while since we've heard from this guy. Pool guy Mark used to call us all the time.
He tried the other day, but
he used to call us all the time during the winter time, and now, it's summertime. I got pools to clean, so I just don't call the show anymore. What up, Pool guy Mark?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, just, just waiting around for this draft to happen. So it's kind of like, not much to talk about. Yeah, pretty excited. It sounds like what I'm excited about doesn't sound like they're going to trade up for one of these guards, which was kind of my fear, just let whoever falls to you. I guess my thought is I don't know, when I look at these draft picks and I think of somebody like Harper on San Antonio, like would I trade like some of these, from 5 on to like Harper from San Antonio? So I guess my point is I'm not sure you're going to get, a number 1 possibly, or generational talent, at number 5 and beyond. So I'm just looking for a good pick. It sounds like our GM's doing a due diligence. I also am a little excited about the possibility of that 10 and 13 for 7. That when I looked, I don't think there's a huge difference between 5 and 10. So I don't know. I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens. I'm excited to, whoever we pick, I'm going to be excited for.
Pool guy Mark, appreciate the call. Yeah, I agree with him. If you're comparing like Dylan Harper to the 5th pick and beyond in terms of a number 1 option, I'd agree. That's the reason why Dylan Harper went number 2. But I think Scott Perry and the Kings should feel like bare minimum we need to walk out of this draft with, again, like our Robin. If we're not going to find our Batman, if we missed our chance to get our Batman when we fell out of the top 4 and missed out on A.J. DeBonsa or Darren Peterson or these other guys, Cam Boozer, then if we're walking out with our starting point guard in this draft, which I think is what the Kings feel they're going to get at 7, we can't be worried about the starting point guard position for the next 8+ years. Our starting point guard is done. Our floor general, our captain is done. Now we need to find the star for that floor general to feed. That's the next step. And who knows where they're going to find that.
yeah, that's the next. We can't get there until we figure out who the heck's coming here.
One step at a time.
Yep.
One step at a time. We don't have a ton of time left, but did you see this from Alan Stiles? He brought this up yesterday on the Drive Guys. He was talking about the potential of like what the Kings could use asset-wise to move back into the first round. Now, last year, when the Kings moved into the first round to 24 to get Neat Clifford, they used a first-round pick in order to do that. I guess Allen is not keen on the idea of doing that again. Of course, the spot depends. So he floated out there the idea of Maxime Reynaud and 2 seconds to get you back into the first round.
No.
You're shaking your head.
No. This is where I think we start grasping at straws with this type of stuff. And I say that, and no offense against Allen
I think
at
this
all.
is a really good talking point.
When I saw that, I was like, okay, I get initially where he's going with this because it's like, okay, Max showed some stuff last year. A team could be interested in what they could continue to develop with him. But my whole thing is we are in the state of building this Kings roster, whether it be the starting 5 or the depth of this roster. We are in the midst of it. And Scott Perry's guys, to him, I believe, are like his guys, especially if it turns out that he got this guy in the second round and he's turning into quickly what it seems to be at least a solid backup at the center position.
Right.
To only get rid of him after his first year and then to maybe bet on going up and getting a guy that maybe, to me, it's almost we're thinking too hard or we're overthinking on what we're just trying to do here right now is to start to build this roster. I just think there's like too much going into that. Overthinking.
I actually agree with you, but in a weird way, it's overthinking by being too surface level. And what I mean by that is on paper, like it would make sense. Kings fans naturally, we tend to overvalue the players that we like, especially underdog stories. So I do think Kings fans inherently overvalue.
But he's not Dylan
Maxime
Cardwell
Reynaud.
underdog story, though. That's a different level.
No, but he's still a second-round pick that became an All-NBA second-team member, which is it's an underdog story. I think we tend to overvalue those players because we like them. And that's completely normal. Every fan base does this. Kings fans, but we do it a lot here too, especially those underdog stories. That being said, on paper, I understand Allen's point going using a second-round pick after 1 year and a couple seconds to move into the first round to potentially get a first-round level talent. Like, I understand why he would say, I think that's worth it. But the reason why I say that's too surface level is because of exactly what you brought up. The investment that you've already made into Maxime Reynaud and how you chose last season to, again, sacrifice draft position to make sure Maxime Reynaud and the other rookies could develop, you're clearly investing in them. So why would the Sacramento Kings then quit on the best investment that they had last year in order to move back into the first round? There's other ways to do it.
If they were a different type of roster and a different type of place, that wouldn't be the conversation. It's like, okay, I would understand maybe doing that, but you're like kind of rebuilding this team from scratch and you're just starting it. And by the way, I think that's also because this draft is being hyped as one of the best drafts ever. That doesn't mean to say the bottom half of the draft is going to be like, you're going to get an instant like person who's going to match what Max has done.
Yeah.
You don't know that for sure.
Right. I thought it was the fact that what I liked about this from Allen was that it's a really interesting talker.
Yeah, it is.
It's a really interesting talker,
For sure.
and it kind of gives you an idea of some of the things that the Kings might have to consider and the decisions that they would have to make. We'll take the break. When we come back, you want to take a break a little bit from NBA draft talk? Let's talk a little bit of football because George Kittle talked about Brandon Ayuk.
Oof.
And, well, he didn't hold back on certain things as much as George Kittle will be George Kittle. You know what I'm talking about here. Plus, Adam Schefter identified free agent wide receivers for the Raiders to be keeping an eye on. We'll talk about that when we return. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms? At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Maida Subaru says yes to big savings on the new Subaru you want during the sizzling summer sales event on now. Visit MaidaSubaru.com today for special spring savings on over 225 new and certified pre-owned Subarus.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
We've seen every kind of golf swing, some smooth, some, let's just say, innovative. And that's why Hagen Oaks offers Total Game Fitting. The TrackMan-powered player performance studio shows what your swing is really doing. Ping's Ball-Nemic Ball Fitter finds a ball that behaves. The Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps turn almost into yes. And FootJoy's 3D foot scanner builds stability from the ground up. At Hagen Oaks, we don't judge your game, we fix it. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Better fit, more fun. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older? And you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
NASCAR legend Michael Waltrip is coming to Echo Park Automotive Sacramento this Thursday from 2 to 4 p.m. Get there early to meet Michael and celebrate Echo Park's sponsorship of AJ Allmendinger's number 16 Chevrolet at Sunday's Toyota Save Mart 350 at Sonoma Raceway. 10 pairs of race tickets are up for grabs in a live drawing, plus score an autographed AJ Allmendinger Hero card. And while you're there, browse Echo Park's huge inventory. Get the new car feel without the new car price. This Thursday, 2 to 4.
In celebration of 80 years of 49ers football, Sactown Sports is counting down 80 of the most memorable moments that have shaped the team's storied legacy and winning tradition. Here's today's faithful flashback.
Number 55, Major Merger. The 49ers join the NFL.
The San Francisco 49ers joined the NFL in 1950, following the collapse of the All-American Football Conference, where they had been a charter member since 1946. As one of the AAFC's strongest teams with a record of 39 wins, 15 losses, and 2 ties, the 49ers were absorbed into the NFL along with the Cleveland Browns and the original Baltimore Colts. The 49ers would struggle in year 1 in the NFL, but over time they would find their way and become one of the most decorated teams in NFL history.
Faithful flashbacks on Sactown Sports 1140. NBA Draft Day. Previewing the first-round options for the Sacramento Kings. Here's Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
Well, actually, voice guy, we're taking a little bit of a break, okay? All right? I know it's draft day. Let's reset a little bit. We'll get back to the draft at 1 o'clock. Kayla and I will talk our way through how we think this draft is going to go. Chris Watkins and I did a mock draft last night on the Matt George podcast of how we expect the top 10 picks to go. I'm curious Kayla's thoughts on where we landed and kind of talking our way through that. We'll get back to the draft at 1 o'clock. But let's talk a little bit of football because George Kittle appeared on, what was it? I already forgot. He appeared on a podcast. I want to say, was it Pro Football Talk? Oh, no, Pardon My Take. Excuse me. Thank you.
There's so many of them.
He was
now.
on Pardon My Take. And he was asked about Brandon Ayuk, and the host that asked him apparently is a Washington Commanders fan. So it was very much asking from the perspective of like, hey, what do you think about Ayuk coming to the Commanders? Ayuk's been obviously very connected to the Commanders. We've been watching this game of chicken unfold between the Niners and the Commanders for a long time. Give us something versus the Commanders saying, no, you're just going to cut him and then we'll get him and sign him for whatever. It seems like we're getting to the end of that. It seems like the Niners, it's only a matter of time before they cut him, and then he ends up as a member of the Washington Commanders. Well, George Kittle, who we know likes to live life with a smile on his face and never takes things too seriously, and says a lot of things kind of tongue-in-cheek and sarcastically at times. Well, he said some things that were pretty eye-opening about the Brandon Ayuk situation and from the perspective of a Washington Commanders fan. So here is George Kittle talking about Brandon Ayuk.
The last time I saw Ayuk was, call it week 6, 7, or 8. I don't really know. But I used to make it a habit of mine to go out early in the morning before meetings to watch him train because he'd always be out there early. And I watched him run over 22 miles an hour and stop on a dime. So he's still got it. Mm-hmm. Or at least, that was 8 months ago. So I don't really know. But yeah, you guys have fun with that, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
That's perfectly put.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that.
Perfectly put.
I guess.
Still got it. Have fun with that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have fun with all that comes with it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, he seems like he's very active on social media, which that's a great way to connect with fans and brands and sponsors. Mm-hmm. So it seems like this. Once he gets to us, then he'll finally be happy, and every bad thing's going to go away.
Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't be happy either after a team paid me $130 million.
I know that can be
Again, you can kind of hear the playful banter that's happening there, but there's also some, I won't say venom, but there's some sharpness. As much as George Kittle can be sharp, there's some sharpness.
Oh, look at you guys.
With the
you
words that he said. Look at
you.
these guys. Jason Ross.
Look at how you guys are so nice.
Jason Ross.
Thank you. Whoa, by the way, this looks bomb.
Very nice.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
you guys rock.
Thanks.
You guys rock.
Thanks, Carmichael Dave. Thanks, Richie.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jason Ross.
You guys just earned tons of points in my book. Heck yeah.
What were we talking about?
Well,
George
real
Kittle?
quick, we just had the morning show come in and give us a plate because we can't be at the meeting.
Yeah,
so
there's
that's what all that ruckus was about.
An all-staff meeting downstairs, and they just brought us a plate of food. Thank you, guys.
George
Kittle.
Yeah, so George Kittle's going to be George Kittle. And honestly, I know someone in here was saying, like, that shtick is old. That's actually him. Like, that's just who George Kittle is.
It's just his personality.
I actually love his honesty because he was the first one to stick up for Brandon Ayuk, like he said when you last talked to him 6 months ago. He was saying that he reached out to Ayuk to see if he was okay.
Yeah.
And I give him credit for doing that, but like clearly things have continued to spiral on that front.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't seem like Ayuk has done anything to maybe improve his situation. Right. He's only kind of made it worse.
Right.
And people are really confused. And so I think he was just kind of saying like, yeah, you have fun with all the stuff that's going on with like the social media aspect. I don't even think it was any dig at like him personally as like, he's not going to dig at his mental health. He's not going to do any of that.
No.
I think he means just like all the social media stuff that's out there.
I mean, I imagine there is a good chunk of that 49er team that does feel like Brandon Ayuk gave up on them to some extent and abandoned them to some extent. It's important for context to point out, too, when Ayuk was going through his contract dispute during training camp in San Francisco, George answered a ton of questions often about it and always had Ayuk's back.
Yeah.
Like, so this is not like George never liked Ayuk. George throwing him under the bus. Like, George Kittle doesn't get sharp. He's very much a kind of, I'm a fun-loving, relaxed, go-lucky guy. He seems to not
pretty
really
positive guy.
He seems to not worry himself with negative things. But those comments from George are eye-opening to me, because while there is a banter between George and a Washington Commanders fan there's very much an element of, hey, you have fun with that, and I wouldn't be happy if I got paid that much money by the Niners either. Like, there's very much a underneath level to that of annoyance and frustration with how Ayuk has handled this situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he and a ton of 49ers players have every right to feel that way, because I know Ayuk got hurt, but that Niners team is worried about winning Super Bowls. They're not trying to worry about distractions. And Ayuk has been a distraction that they have had to talk about and answer questions about, and the Niners front office and coaching staff have had to deal with for years now at this point, which is why I and you both agree, just get this over with. Just cut him and move on.
Yeah.
You got bigger fish to fry. Much bigger fish to fry.
Looks like that's what they're going to do.
Well, for my Las Vegas Raiders, we've speculated all offseason, Kayla, like, are they going to address the wide receiver position? Of course, they've addressed quarterback with bringing in Kirk Cousins and drafting Fernando Mendoza. Year 2 of Ashton Genty, year 3 of Brock Bowers. Like, they've got offensive weapons. But outside of Brock Bowers, who the hell is Cousins/Mendoza going to throw the football to? Well, Adam Schefter spoke on ESPN recently about wide receiver free agency targets still on the radar of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Adam, I know they're excited about bringing Jalen Naylor in free agency, but that is a young group that doesn't have a lot of experience. Are you hearing anything about the Raiders and veteran wide receivers?
Well, I don't think that they're pressing for him, but it certainly wouldn't be a surprise. And Hawk brings up Stephon Diggs. But you take a look at the wide receivers out there right now. Clearly, they're not getting the money they want. But it is a decorated group. And yes, there's age and injury question marks. But think about some of the names at the free agent position who are now available. Stephon Diggs, Deebo Samuel, Tyreek Hill, DeAndre Hopkins, Brandon Ayuk is trying to talk his way out of San Francisco, Keenan Allen. There are a lot of high-profile wide receivers on the street. So if the Raiders decide that they want to go add one, there's certainly no shortage of all these players who are just waiting to see if they could try to get more money before they come back.
No shortage of players, Kayla, and in my mind, what's the risk for the Raiders? Go and get one of them.
Yeah, I think that in my eyes, like, just having a veteran wide receiver in there, just like with the Patriots, what they did last year with Diggs, is helpful in terms of the youth quarterback. And I know Kirk Cousins is going to start the season probably, but I think once they get Fernando in there, which I do believe they're going to do probably like week 6 or so.
Week 9, San Francisco.
Probably sooner than that.
Come on.
I would like to see him sooner than later. But yeah, I think that's always underestimated to have like a wide receiver who has played that role even recently as that veteran guy in the locker room, can kind of stay after practices, help with some routes, all those things that you don't see really up front. It happens behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It is really valuable.
Yeah, giving a young quarterback a reliable, familiar target, and then giving that wide receiver room a seasoned, respected veteran. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Do it, Niners. Take your pick. Not Ayuk, but anyone else, please. I would love to see that. Well, we got more football talk on the way. It's Kayla's 2-minute drill coming up next before we get back to NBA draft talk at 1 o'clock. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Catch every soccer tournament match live on the big screens at Super Taco. Join Sactown Sports 1140 for the ultimate viewing parties. Win official jerseys, gift cards, and epic merchandise while enjoying great food. Bring your friends, wear your colors, and catch the action. Super Taco. Great food, great fun. See you there.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, tell us what's happening for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event.
Kick summer off right when you save up to $9,500 off MSRP on new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo Altitudes. You won't find a better looking, more powerful, and comfortable Jeep on the road. There's nothing like moving the family around in luxury.
Yeah, those Jeeps look real nice inside and out.
It's beautiful. But Hoblet is more than Jeeps. Stop by the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter to find whatever you need. With nearly 200 vehicles available and 115 under $30,000, Hoblet needs to be your first stop.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$9,500 toll net savings on select new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo Altitude after $5,500 factory incentive and $4,000 dealer discount. Incentives include $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade-in and $2,000 Make This the Summer event retail cash. 3 of this net savings. Sample VIN 243062. See dealer for details.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Feel the force at Star Wars Night with the Sacramento River Cats. Join us at Sutter Health Park on Saturday, July 11th for themed fun, costumes, and summertime baseball under the lights. It's one of the most popular nights of the season. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
It's time for the 2-minute drill. Kayla Anderson has the ball, and she's taking us around the world of football. It's Kayla's 2-minute drill on Matt and Kayla.
I know it's draft day, people, but it's okay. We can take a couple segments to talk a little bit of football.
Just take a breath. It's going to be okay. We've gone 3 straight hours. We're going right back to it.
1 o'clock, we'll talk our way through the
Think
top.
of it as a water break.
The top 10. How we expect the top 10 to go, what we think is going to happen tonight for the Sacramento Kings inside the Golden One Center and in New York City, where the draft is being held. But for right now, it's time for Kayla's 2-minute drill. Kayla, what's happening in football?
mix it up a little, have a little fun with this one. There are some fun stories in this 2-minute drill. We were just talking about George Kittle. So George Kittle, Greg Olsen, great broadcaster, by the way, and Travis Kelce are the founding fathers of Tight End University, which started up about 5 years ago in Nashville, Tennessee. Started up this teeny tiny thing where, it was just a couple tight ends going, getting together, broing out.
It's blown up.
Teaching some things to other young tight ends. It is huge now, and it's happening right now in Nashville. Niners quarterbacks Brock Purdy and Mac Jones are down there throwing to the tight ends. They have actually got to the level where they're now in Vanderbilt's football stadium. It used to be their practice facility. They've opened it up to the public, so now people can buy tickets to go, and there's a whole thing leading up to it. So it's blown up.
Like a festival.
I think it's really cool because the premise of it is teaching these tight ends how to be the best tight end, and it's brotherhood. They're coming together. They might be enemies in the offseason,
right?
But they're coming together to try to better the tight end position and to better value, to get their value up, their money up, you know. And I think it's awesome. And hats off to Kittle and company for growing it to what it's at.
It's such a unique position in football, right? Where you're kind of a jack of all trades. You have the skill with be able to catch passes, but you have to be big and block, and you have to be athletic and fast to be able to get open. You can become the most reliable, fail-safe weapon for your quarterback, but that also means your quarterback might lead you out to dry a little bit on some dangerous passes that you just need to catch and take the hit. Being a tight end is a very unique position, and it takes a special type of person to play that position at such a high level. So I love tight end U. By the way, have you seen the videos of how George Kittle is moving out there at tight end U?
Yeah, well, obviously coming off the Achilles injury,
he doesn't look like he's 100% or anything like that, but he's out there, he's moving, just getting closer and closer to being back for the Niners, which of course they desperately need. So I love tight end U. Big fan of it.
All right, coming up next, it should be another story like the replacements. I think we got to replacement 7 on the show.
Yeah.
But it is the Sorsberry saga for sure. And new news with this. The NFL came out today saying that they're actually nixing the entire 2026 supplemental draft. The whole reason behind this, that we're even talking about a supplemental draft, is because Brendan Sorsby, the former Texas Tech quarterback, was... he had just come out, I think, 2 weeks ago and said he was going to be entering the supplemental draft. And then there was a lot of hype around him actually being drafted. There was going to be a team that gave up picks to go get him. And, possibly he'd be on an NFL roster even as maybe a backup this year. But the application carries a lot of issues is what the NFL is saying, according to a source, core of the game integrity issues. These are all things why they decided that this was going to be a no-no, because they said it'd probably be a bad look at the NFL level to allow.
Yeah.
It never was really settled at the college level with the gambling stuff, and so the NFL would kind of be giving a pass to it, is maybe the thoughts there.
I think this is smart, but just weird. I get he's a talented quarterback, talented enough for a team probably would have taken a flyer on it, but I also think that team would have invited just an unnecessary distraction into training camp with him, regardless of how talented he may be, especially for a backup. Maybe Arizona was looking at him as, could you be our starting quarterback while we're god-awful in the NFC West? But in general, I think the NFL might be doing teams favors without them realizing. I'm ready for this story to go away.
I am too. I'm like, get this gone. I don't know where he's going to end up. He can't be in the NFL this year. Maybe he goes back and finds a way next year. All right, we are talking about the beautiful new addition in Buffalo. Long-awaited milestone for the Buffalo Bills, because today they are officially unveiling the new Highmark Stadium, which, yes, by the way, there is an opening. They didn't close it all.
Right.
It is they have a little bit of a hang, so that not all the snow is going to get in there.
Correct.
But it's still going to have the feeling of it's Buffalo, it's Buffalo football.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people were questioning if that was a smart idea to keep it open. But, they did the ribbon cutting today. Estimated price for this beauty of a building, $2.1 billion, man.
My favorite episode of Hard Knocks last year, because it was the Buffalo Bills training camp, was when Josh Allen took a tour and they explained everything about that, because they talked about that. They wanted the open roof because they wanted it still to be Buffalo and that Buffalo advantage and that Buffalo feel. But the way it is built will significantly protect the fans and the field of play from like super bad wind conditions. Will be better overall for football, a little more competitive balance in that sense. And then yes, you won't have the entire stadium getting dumped on in snow to where fans have to come out with snow plows just to be able to get to their seat. So my question is though, so they're unveiling it today. Is there an event in it before like preseason football? Like what are they doing?
Yeah, I think just the ribbon cutting today because they're not going to be doing much in it.
Yeah. Well, because I mean, when they opened the Golden One Center, they did do a ribbon cutting for its opening. And then a few weeks later, or however long later, Paul McCartney was the first thing. First event there.
I don't know. I don't believe they're doing anything like that. There might be some smaller events or, tours and stuff like that.
The first event should be preseason football. Don't put like a concert in there. No.
You got to let the players.
It's the Bills Stadium.
They got to smell that new stadium smell.
Yeah.
Finally, this one's just for Matt. I wasn't even going to put it in here because it's kind of funny, but I put it in here because I wanted to get his reaction.
Love this.
One of the best dressed players that I ever saw walk across that draft stage. By the way, I love the fashion on the draft. That is something I love, whether it's NBA draft, NFL draft. Was Devontae Smith out of Alabama, the long, slender wide receiver out of Alabama, who is obviously with the Eagles now. He just got married in Disney World.
Hell yeah!
Just went and got married in Disney World. Congrats to the beautiful couple, Devontae Smith, now a married man, and did it in Disney World.
By the way, a Disney wedding typically costs between $15,000 and $50,000.
I was like, it did not look like it was a cheap. By the way, AJ Brown was there. It is what, right? AJ Brown was there though, so no controversy with that one.
Love that.
That's your 2-minute drill.
Love that. Although getting married at Disney World would be a little.
Matt would be so distracted, man. He'd get like in trouble because he'd be like wandering off.
Yeah,
wanting to go
I
on
do
a ride.
or whatever. Get me on Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Get me out of here. Where's Tron? I haven't been to Disney World since a lot of those new rides open. I need to get out there.
I've heard it's awesome. My friend was just down there like 2 weeks ago. She said it was such a fun time.
Booked our hotel for our Disneyland trip this year. And yes, it's during the Kings season. So when I go, expect a Kings winning streak. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, boy.
I'm doing it for all of you.
Oh, boy.
I'm doing it for you, and the mouse is taking my money. We'll take the break when we come back. Final hour of the show. So let's get back into draft talk. How do we think the draft is going to go tonight? We'll focus on the top 10 specifically. Chris Watkins and I talked about it on the podcast last night. We'll hear what Kayla thinks about where we landed and if she's going to change anything based off of what she thinks about this draft class. We'll do that next. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The stars align in West Sacramento as the A's go head-to-head with the Los Angeles Dodgers for a spectacular summer series starting Monday, June 29th. Celebrate the start of the holiday week with an action-packed series. Be there to witness one of the most highly anticipated matchups of the season. Get your tickets now at athletics.com/tickets. That's athletics.com/tickets.
Hi,
I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates.
When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust.
Along with my partner and associates, I have been helping accident survivors recover for their injuries for over 25 years.
And we can help you. There's no charge for calling, so please call us today.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
Don't miss out on the biggest action sports event happening in Sacramento this June. Tickets are now live for MoonPay X Games Sacramento 2026. See nearly 100 of the world's best skate, BMX, and Moto X athletes compete at Cal Expo June 26th through 28th. Music performances featuring electronic music icon Cascade on Friday, June 26th, and Grammy-winning producer and artist Mustard, and music producer DJ Subtronics on Saturday, June 27th. Score your tickets today at xgames.com.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. What's up? It's Matt George. What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
It's NBA Draft Day, previewing the first-round options for the Sacramento Kings. Here's Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
1 hour left of the show, but still got a handful of hours to kill before the draft begins. And hey, check this out. Sactown Sports, I mean, we've had you covered throughout this entire pre-draft process. But today, if you need someone to watch the draft with, we got you. Because Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles, the Drive guys, will take over their normal time at 2 o'clock. They are going to extend their show and stay on the air live through the selection and reaction to what the Sacramento Kings do at 7. We have our digital team that's going to be inside the Golden One Center. I'm talking about Frankie Cardicelli, Brendan Nunez, Chris Watkins, getting all sorts of content out there for you, including we as media are going to be there. In theory, we're going to have a Zoom call with the whoever the Kings select in the draft tonight. We will have a press conference with Scott Perry tonight, so we'll have that content available to you if you stay up late or can get that tomorrow morning. And I will be dropping an episode of the Matt George podcast tonight with instant reaction to whatever the Kings do in the first round. So we have got you covered here on draft night, a big night for the Sacramento Kings. But the question is, Kayla, how the hell is it going to go? We don't know, but I think some stars are starting to align a little bit more. We have a pretty good idea of the top 4 in terms of the 4 names, But the order of those names might get a little more tricky than we thought. I feel pretty confident saying, stop me if you disagree. AJ DeBonson, number 1. I think we feel pretty good about that. And I thought it would have been crazy to say anything other than AJ and Darren Peterson or Darren and AJ 1 and number 2. I really think there's a lot of momentum to Cam Boozer going to the Utah Jazz at 2. And it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Why are the Jazz different from the other top 4 teams? Because the Jazz are looking to compete right now versus 3 teams that are looking to kind of add talent and get their stars. Cam Boozer makes a lot of sense for a win-now team like Utah.
He does. And look, he's got obviously, we talk about the little small storyline here with Acuff's dad and Scott Perry. Those don't really mean anything when it's all said and done, but he has the Boozer connection, dad to Utah, and he talked about growing up in Utah and stuff like that. There's connections to that part of it, but I think there is a realistic chance that he can go there, and there's obviously all the other reasons why it would maybe make sense. My question to you is, do you think that is more of the safe pick for Utah than to go like a Darren Peterson? And I mean it in a weird way, because I think everyone's kind of come to the fact that they feel like they know what Boozer is.
Yeah.
Like the ceiling is maybe it's kind of there.
Well,
it's not like there's a lot of like room for like we don't know exactly he could bust through the ceiling.
They call it a high floor.
Yeah.
Like he just doesn't have a lot of risk to him compared to his ceiling is still high, but it might not be as high as like AJ and Darren, but just because you have a high ceiling doesn't mean you're going to reach it. Right. So I think like they talk about Cam Boozer as a high floor type player to where at worst he's probably going to be a good contributor for a winning basketball team. At worst. But at best might not be the best of AJ and best of Darren Peterson. We don't know. That's the floor and ceiling conversation. If I'm Utah, like I think Darren Peterson makes a lot of sense for Utah too, though, in the sense that they can run him off ball. I know Darren Peterson says, I was a point guard in high school and I'm working on my point guard skills.
I
think
don't
Darren's
think
a 2.
Yeah.
You have you have your point guard already there, and you already have a pretty loaded front court with Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen, and I know they're figuring things out with Walker Kessler.
Yep.
Like I think Darren Peterson makes a ton of sense fit-wise, but if they're trying to make moves right now, which, I mean, you still have to climb the mountain that is OKC and San Antonio in the West, I understand the conversation for Cam. I really get and if they want to go big and they want to go physical, Cam Boozer with Markkanen, with Jackson Jr., with Walker Kessler, like that's a formidable front court to where you could arguably have 2 of those guys on the court at all times.
Yep.
And if it doesn't work, you can always like use and shop like a Lauri Markkanen and get good value for Lauri Markkanen.
They just have so much there. And again, Boozer is the youngest in the draft.
Yeah, not by a lot, but yes.
Yeah.
We forget about that because we talk about Cam Boozer like he's 23 years old. He just looks
acts like it.
He
plays like it. Plays like it for sure.
It's his dad. He's very much built like his dad.
Have you seen that commercial, by the way, with him and his brother? It's like a State Farm commercial.
Yes.
And it's so funny because it's exactly to the T like what I think of, like at least the Cam Boozer. Just that personality, like it starts off all serious and stuff. And I'm like, what the heck is this? When I saw it for the first time, I was like, oh, it's a State Farm commercial. Okay.
See, if I'm Memphis too at 3, I'm praying Utah goes Cam Boozer. Because in my mind, if I'm Memphis, not that Cam Boozer is a bad pick by any means, but I'm not necessarily looking for more of the win now talent. I'm looking for I'll take a swing on upside. And Darren Peterson, while I don't think Darren Peterson is not an immediate contributor, but compared to Cam Boozer, that's like Cam Boozer's strength is plug him in right away. He's going to impact winning. Darren Peterson goes to Memphis. I don't know how thrilled he'd be about that, but I don't know. And I don't know what they're going to do with John Morant, although it sounds like they're still very much shopping him. Darren Peterson, for the first year or two, your job is to go there, take 25 shots a game, put up points, win Rookie of the Year, and have fun, have at it, and then we'll build around that as the years go on. Like, if I'm Memphis, I'm hoping Cam Boozer goes too.
I'm curious if with Memphis just in general, but especially Darren Peterson, like, when are they going to move on from Ja? Because I just think that that is like an elephant in the room in terms of everybody knows that it needs to happen. Even Ja has said he doesn't really think he's in Memphis moving forward. But it's like, what a weird time to come in as a rookie and be like, what exactly is going on here in Memphis?
Are we
Ja's here still?
Are we going to Nashville? What's happening? LeBron said he doesn't like it here. What am I doing here?
Dang.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
And he could go to, hey, Darren Peterson, wouldn't shock me too if he went to the Bulls.
Ja to Miami.
Is there any...
Yeah, still a possibility.
Is there anything to... I haven't really heard much of this, but I think there might be something to, if Darren Peterson does go number 2 to Utah, I think the Grizzlies have to strongly consider Caleb Wilson over Cam Boozer because, again, all they have is time in Memphis, and Caleb will have the time and the ability to develop.
I kind of like that fit.
I don't want. This sounds mean, and I don't mean this in a bad way to Memphis at all. I don't want Cam Boozer to just do nothing in Memphis. I want Cam Boozer to contribute to winning right away.
I think that if Utah passes on Peterson, he goes to the Bulls.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too with that.
My most likely pick.
See, I think Caleb could go to Memphis.
I think the Chicago Bulls are in one of the most favorable positions in this draft.
Yeah.
You got no
I do
pressure.
too.
You just take whoever falls to you out of that top 4 and you're happy.
Yep.
I would have killed to be at 4 in this draft.
That would have been nice.
I mean, of course, you want your pick if you're Washington, but you have all the pressure of you better get it right.
True.
At 4 in Chicago, hey, whoever's left over, come on down and we'll plug you right into our new regime here in Chicago. Sounds like a great spot to be. Then all the pressure begins again at 5.
Yep.
And the Bulls might have the most boring but easy, sitting pretty draft tonight. Unless they decide to go crazy and go, we're taking Darius Acuff and blow everything up.
After 5, where do you think the pressure starts dropping off again?
Ooh.
It's kind of close to the Kings. I think we're right at the end
I think so too.
of the pressure.
Who's right after the Kings again?
No, I think the Hawks at 8 have a little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Because the Hawks, are the Hawks at 8 going to reach for Ade Mara because they need a center?
Yeah, I'd say it's still pressure on that spot.
Or are they going to go whatever point guard is there, so a Kingston Flemings or a Braden Burries, assuming Michael Brown Jr. and Keaton Wagler go 5 and 6.
So after 10?
I think 10 might be the spot where the pressure ends because Milwaukee, they just traded Giannis Antetokounmpo. No one's expecting them to be good necessarily. You just traded Giannis.
You don't believe in Tyler Hero?
I like Tyler Hero, but
there's
a pretty significant drop-off between Giannis and Tyler Hero. But at 10, I think the Bucks, especially with them having 13-2, they can now go, we're going to just take the guys we like. We're just going to take who we like. And then seeing what Golden State does at 11 and OKC does at 12, because those are two very much win-now organizations right now. That's where Yaxel Lendeborg or Hans Steinbach or those guys really make sense over there. But funny enough, if you are rooting for the Kings to draft Darius Acuff Jr. tonight, I think we want the LA Clippers to take Michael Brown Jr.
Well, yeah.
Because if the Clippers take, but what I mean by that is
I get what you're saying.
If the Clippers take Keaton Wagler, I think it's easier for the Brooklyn Nets to go Darius Acuff 6 versus
Same here.
If Keaton Wagler is there at 6, I don't know how the Nets walk away from Keaton Wagler.
Makes sense.
So I almost am rooting for Michael Brown Jr. to go 5 because then I'm convinced Keaton Wagler is not going to be there at 7 just because of his size. I don't know.
I am going to be fascinated and watching closely Keaton Wagler's career because
you're skeptical.
Keaton Wagler, but I just think, look, I'm not out on the guy by any means. I've never been 100% sold on him in terms of he did kind of arrive on the scene late, so I get that. People weren't on him for that reason. Wasn't looked at heavily coming out of high school. But I do think he got a lot of praise for being the big guard in this class. That's where a lot of the fascination started.
Yeah.
And it's you see that and you're like, okay, there is a lot more potential there because he is a bigger point guard.
I get spooked by tweeners. And what I mean by tweeners are guys that are in between positions. I just get spooked by
too slow to guard a guard.
That's the other thing.
I just get spooked by.
Because what exactly is your specialty? Either.
Yeah.
like that's why I'm a little also hesitant.
And like bigger guards, I know that's where the NBA is going because they can handle. But a lot of bigger guards struggle to guard the point guard position. I know. And we just saw an NBA Finals where a small but beast of an offensively gifted point guard had his way. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, the Spurs had smaller guards to throw at him, and he still was able to do his thing. Like Stephon Castle. Stephon Castle's a little bit bigger. What is he, 6'5"? So he's a little bit bigger.
Harper and Castle are both bigger.
Yeah, but, I mean, Brunson still had his... I don't know. Like, Keaton Wagler, I don't know what Keaton Wagler is. I think he's a combo guard, which is good when you, I have positional flexibility. He can run with a... It's the same way we talk about, like, Nick Clifford. But Nick Clifford, we're talking about as a role player, not as a
starter,
as the dude.
Yeah, or the dude. Yeah.
And I know a lot of people want to instantly look at Keaton Wagler and go, "Well, Tyrese Halliburton." Okay, I hope you're right. I don't know. Like I just don't know what Keaton Wagler is, but I know his size and the combination. That's why I think he makes so much sense for the Clippers, and he's so enticing for the Clippers because the Clippers are very much still trying to contend. They've got their point guard already in Garland, and they've got Kawhi.
I think it makes more sense there, absolutely. Like, if I were the Clippers and I got Wagler, I think I'd be thinking a little different because I knew DG was there than I would be with maybe another situation. And it's funny you said that about Neek because a couple of the chatters mentioned, like, Neek Clifford. Well, wait, Matt's scared of Neek Clifford. But,
I don't know what Neek is.
But that's also, they didn't draft him top 5.
No, he's 24.
Yeah, so there's a little bit more leeway there.
But to their point, like, I don't know what Neek Clifford is.
I want him to be something.
I want him to be, I think.
I love Neek.
We identified this earlier in the offseason. Like, ideally, if Neek Clifford could be essentially like your version of a Josh Hart, to where he's a defender and rebounder, like, that's obviously super valuable. Josh Hart is instrumental to the success of the New York Knicks. So I think the number one route to the best version of Neek Clifford in Sacramento is him becoming a really good perimeter defender that can hopefully space the floor on offense, like a 3-and-D type player who can also handle the basketball a little bit. But I don't know. Like, we talk about Neek Clifford as a Swiss Army knife. I don't know what he is. And Keaton Wagler, I also kind of don't really know what he is. But like you said, there's a big difference between 5 and 24.
Yeah.
You're talking about star or starter versus a role player that maybe can cap out as a starter.
But Keaton's a shooter.
Yeah.
He is a shooter.
Like a 3-point. Like,
really good shooter.
Like 3-point guy, yeah.
Who can grow in other areas, I think is the hope.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as long as he can add more to his offensive game, they know that he can shoot, and he's big enough to guard what they want him to guard.
Super athletic.
He's not super athletic.
Yeah,
it's like his biggest question mark. But I think that...
But Tyrese wasn't really either.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there was a lot of questions with just shot mechanics with Tyrese. Like, I think Tyrese was projected, like, 7th when he was supposed to be drafted, and they ended up 11th. So I don't know. I just know I hope that the Kings just stick to their plan. I think that you're right that they like Acuff.
Yeah.
And they like Flemings after that. And I don't see a world where Flemings gets picked before. So I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm at peace here.
The Kings feel very confident that one of those two guys will be there. If both of them are there, then again, I believe it's going to be Acuff. But boy, would that send shockwaves through the NBA. If Acuff is there at 7 and the Kings go a different route. Boy, Perry sure threw us all for a loop with all the smoke.
That in that scenario, I just would want to know, like, straight up why. Like that, I want it, and I don't want no sugarcoating.
But he would not.
I know he's not going to, like, backhand him and, like.
He would tell, in this case, let's say it's Kingston Fleming.
Yeah.
He would tell us all the glowing things about Kingston and allow us to draw our own conclusions. He's not going to pop the mic and go, yeah, we were concerned about Acuff's defense. He's not going to do that. But I think we could put 2 and 2 together of. What I would imagine is, like you kind of joked earlier, either that dinner in San Francisco, either that dinner in San Antonio went really, really well, or that dinner plus their meeting at the Combine plus his workout here in Sacramento, they saw something that said, this is it.
Yep.
And maybe he is so much better on the defensive end, and he just fits our identity going forward that we'll take it.
And that could very well be the thing.
I don't think that's going to happen, though.
Sometimes we've thought one thing, and it's gone the other way.
Yep.
But I think it's Acuff.
I would be stunned stunned tonight if either Acuff or Kingston Flemings is not a king. Anybody not name those two guys, if they're a king tonight, I'm floored, genuinely floored.
And the only way that doesn't happen is if they're literally picked 5 and 6.
5 and 6.
Yeah.
And that'd be crazy. Kingston being picked before the Kings would be insane.
Yeah. I don't see that happening.
Yeah. The only other Kingston Fleming scenario, we kind of talked about this earlier, but I'm just not a big fan of this because there's a lot of risk involved. I know a lot of people are for obvious reasons. If the Kings were to get in contact with the Bucks and the Bucks wanted Acuff, so the Bucks move up to 7 to get Acuff, you drop down to 10 and 13 because you believe Kingston Flemings is going to be there at 10. Okay, you're getting good value for Flemings at 10, who you would have considered taking at 7, and then with 13, you have your choice of other players that are available, like a Cameron Carr, for example, or something like that. Like on paper, if you were to tell me without like 100% certainty, Matt, you can either take Darius Acuff Jr. or you could take Kingston Flemings and Cameron Carr. Like I'm really, really intrigued by your starting backcourt is now solidified with Flemings and Carr, assuming they work out and develop the way that they do. But there's no way you could trade 7 without having that knowledge, unless someone on the text line said, what if you draft Darius Acuff Jr., and then if Kingston Flemings gets there at 10, then you call the Milwaukee Bucks and go, here's Darius Acuff right here, give us 10 and 13, and we'll do it now. Maybe you could do that as a fail-safe.
Yeah.
But I just don't think Perry's going to do that. He likes Acuff, I think.
From what we know, which isn't a lot, because they've been really quiet over there.
Yeah. I like what Jake Gaden said earlier. Jake Gaden from CBS 13, who's in New York covering the draft right now. I like the fact that the most interesting part of the draft for the Kings tonight is going to be if they're able to move back into the first round, what they use to move back into the first round, and who they're going for. Because I've heard nothing.
Yeah.
Literally nothing about anybody outside of the lottery.
It's just
nothing.
been the draft visits that they've had, but like he mentioned, those are second rounders.
Second round guys.
So it's not like there are a couple that were like fringe, maybe bottom of the first that could happen, but most of them were solid second rounders. So I don't know. Maybe they've got their eye on somebody we don't know about.
That's where I think Scott can get his sneaky maneuvering on. But I think I know there's been a lot of smoke. I know there's been a lot of like, this feels too obvious to happen. Mm-hmm. But I think the obvious is happening. I mean, I think it's just Acuff. If he's there at 7.
I've got to ask, he's very persistent, which I respect, man, as it, because I'm very persistent as well. It could be annoying sometimes. Matt and Kayla, again, if there's a chance, would you rather draft Acuff or give up 2 future firsts, the 7th, and Zach for Ja and the 3rd round pick?
Why? I mean, I don't.
That's crazy.
Why would Memphis ever do that? I mean, yes, I would love to move it to the top 4.
Yeah, I would do that as well.
Why the hell would Memphis do that?
They wouldn't.
No.
Unless they just really just don't want, they're just like, throw Ja out the door. We can't get rid of him any other way.
And who are we hoping is there at 3? Peterson, Cam, Caleb? I mean, 2 of those.
I'll take it, yeah.
2 of those guys will be there. But like, I mean, it's a fun hypothetical, I suppose. But Memphis
Matt gets so mad about these hypotheticals.
No, I don't. I love hypotheticals. I love hypotheticals. Oh, man, give me all the hypotheticals in the
That
world.
one is crazy.
It is kind of fun, though.
The problem with where the Sacramento Kings ended up and the amount of teams ahead of the Sacramento Kings is so many of them need exactly what the Kings do, which is a star. Right, like the Wizards, I know they just gave a boatload of money to Trae Young, but they still need a franchise cornerstone, and AJ is going to be that for them. I believe AJ, unless they go Darren Peterson. Utah is the outlier because Utah, they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., and now they're going to add a young star to I think they're already a playoff team before they add the young star. Now they're definitely going to be a playoff team in my mind if they stay healthy. Knock on wood.
Completely agree. Oh, you mean they're not going to be tanking this year?
Well,
visibly tanking?
Don't need to. Will Hardy.
Ooh, Will Hardy.
Will Hardy's in a great mood. I can promise you that. It was all worth it for him.
Oh my God, my dog just ran the other way when I said that.
But after, is the speaker on? Is he just listening to us?
He
right
likes
now?
to listen.
Your dog's listening to our show?
Yeah, I turned the speaker on. And
turns on
right
the dog
now,
cam.
when I said, "Ooh, Will Hardy," he literally jumped and like
freaked
went
out.
the other way.
It's a ghost mom. After that, though, like Memphis, they just traded away Jaren Jackson Jr., and they're trying to get rid of Ja. They're looking for a reset with a new star. The Chicago Bulls are looking for a new star to start this new regime in Chicago. They finally just completely changed their front office. They're looking for a new star. The LA Clippers are kind of in a weird position, but they don't know what punishment is coming for the aspiration or whatever the hell it's called situation. We don't know about the future of Kawhi. After that, Brooklyn needs a star just as much as the Kings need a star. So the concept of moving up was always extremely difficult and extremely limited in this draft because so many teams need to stay put because they need exactly what the Kings need. Which is why I've also hated the idea of moving down because you need a star. Don't move down.
I don't want to move down. Oh, speaking of moving down, though, if they did and got a guy, Seth Greenberg has his draft superlatives out, and I think Cam Carr was like built for the
NBA,
built for the league.
I know a lot of people like to out of Stanford, Ibuka Okori.
Yeah,
he turned a lot of heads this year with how he plays. That might be. I mean, he's a point guard too. I've thought about this. Like I was thinking about this when Jake was on with us. We have no clue who the Sacramento Kings would move back into the first round for, or who they'd be targeting specifically.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be crazy for the Kings to draft a point guard. And then, like, if Ibuka Okori is there at 22 and they like him because he's local, again, went to Stanford, you've got your starting and backup point guards solidified from one draft. You don't even have to worry about the point guard position, period. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all for the Kings to go 2 point guards in this draft.
Do you know how many guards they brought in for workouts? Holy smokes, man. I think majority were guards.
Yeah.
I think Alan did a breakdown of, like, how many were guards, how many were forwards. I think that was on the Drive Guys.
But the second round is a little bit different in the sense of, like, now you're kind of taking flyers to see maybe I can find a high-value backup point guard out there. Like, if you're moving back into the first round, you're looking almost for your sixth man if you go point guard, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're going out and getting Ibuka and Corey, your belief is, well, I just found my sixth man of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Or I believe in a perfect world, I have my starting point guard and star, and I just got my sixth man of the year. Yep. And maybe they could play together on the floor.
That's a thought process I think you have to have if you're moving up to the first round.
It'd be interesting to play Darius Acuff Jr. a little bit off ball, too, with how good of a shooter he is. Yeah. Well, while we wait for the NBA draft to begin, hey, I'm feeling charitable today. I feel like giving things away. You want to just give things away?
Oh, sure, we can. It's a good day, optimistic day.
How about 2 pairs of tickets to see Formula One at IMAX? Right now, you can win a pair of tickets to see Formula One racing and the British Grand Prix live at the Esquire IMAX Theater. British on Sunday, July 5th. The race and showtime begins at 6:30. Call in to win right now. Callers number 1. It's a race after all, right? Callers number 1 and number 2, 916-339-1140. Win your chance to watch the British Grand Prix live at the Esquire IMAX Theater on Sunday, July 5th, right after the 4th of July. That's amazing.
That's coming up so soon, you guys, by the way. I can't believe we're already there.
Right around the corner.
Holy
California
smokes.
Classic going to be going on during that time, too. I'm excited. You're listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Some people call me the Space Cowboy.
Steve Miller Band brought you the Joker. And now Carmichael Dave is here to introduce you to the Sipper.
I'm a sipper, not a dipper. I need that shirt.
Big sipper.
I need that shirt.
Some ranch.
Yeah,
Sipping on
He
some
drinks his
ranch.
ranch.
I do drink my ranch.
Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
NASCAR
car legend Michael Waltrip is coming to Echo Park Automotive Sacramento this Thursday from 2 to 4 p.m. Get there early to meet Michael and celebrate Echo Park's sponsorship of A.J. Allmendinger's number 16 Chevrolet at Sunday's Toyota Save Mart 350 at Sonoma Raceway. 10 pairs of race tickets are up for grabs in a live drawing, plus score an autographed A.J. Allmendinger hero card. And while you're there, browse Echo Park's huge inventory. Get the new car feel without the new car price. This Thursday, 2 to 4.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you looking for a night out that actually delivers? Grab your friends and head to Sutter Health Park for Sacramento River Cats baseball. We've got cold drinks, great vibes, and live baseball all in one place. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
It's NBA Draft Day. Previewing the first-round options for the Sacramento Kings. Here's Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
We're starting to see all the draft day fits. Apparently an all-white suit a la LeBron James for Cam Boozer.
What's my guy Cuff got going on?
I don't know. I haven't seen what Acuff's
I
wearing
gotta
yet.
look at this.
And then Caleb Wilson's going the exact opposite. He looks like Batman with an all-black suit.
I'll be
fits.
the judge of fashion.
Okay. Anointed judge of fashion, Kayla Anderson. Well, you know what? We need this for tomorrow. We need the top 5. No.
You all just see me in my trash every day. From here on up, I don't get to look like a lady. I have to just put my hair up every day. I have just a jean jacket on.
How's that not
this
being a lady?
This girl's got style.
I know you have got style. We've all seen.
No, you haven't.
All right.
You haven't seen Miami,
Anthony,
Kayla. You haven't seen LA, Kayla.
We talked a handful of weeks ago, we were talking about me.
Anthony just gets a kick. He's like, who is this chick, man?
We were talking about me going on the Traders, and Kayla.
Oh, God. You're
basically
taking this personally.
Not so gently told me, your fashion sucks.
I did not say that.
You need to work on your outfits for the Traders.
She called you swagless, dude.
That's what she did. Right?
That's so tough.
I still haven't recovered. And then
That's
then during mini seasons, which we're about to do, then she brought her Emmy in when I was winning.
because he kept bragging about it.
I kind of like that. That's a good
Right?
flex.
That's crazy.
That's a good flex.
That's crazy, Anthony. You're supposed to be on my side.
I was like, I try to be humble as much as I can at the
Emmy's
station.
big.
But you know what? Sometimes I gotta flex.
Whatever.
Gotta flex sometimes,
Like
man.
physically a large award
It's
to
big.
bring in.
It's heavy.
We do need Kayla's top 3 draft outfits tomorrow, and then your
Perfect.
3 least favorite draft
Boom,
outfits.
you got it. I'll be taking notes.
I know we need I need deets.
And I'll give you details. Absolutely.
Like why? What is it?
Fit. And I am more of a simplistic fashionista. I don't like a lot added to a suit. But just the right accessory can give me that.
Like what are we talking
okay.
about? Like a watch, a pocket square,
yeah, or
a chain?
A chain. Yeah. It's just like, and then color. I'm a big color person in terms of pop.
So Neek Clifford last year when he was drafted, he has a Clifford the Big Red Dog chain made out of diamonds, but it did not arrive in time for the draft. So he had to wear it. I think he wore it during his pregame press conference.
That's hilarious, by the way.
Pass the Kayla
I'd
vibe?
have to see it in the whole look. Because, and it's just kind of the way they
Neek wore like
they
a
wear
purple
it.
suit last year. Neek looked great.
I like that purple.
He knew where he
I
was
like
going.
that.
He
Is
knew
it?
where he was
Is
going.
that deep, rich Sacramento purple?
Neek knew what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
He knew where he was going.
Well, I'll have my board ready, guys.
I know all of us are going to be sitting there watching. It's like, what color's Acuff wearing?
If
Yellow.
Acuff, I'm gonna be
Get his ass in.
I might have to. That's the thing. If I don't like his fashion, I'm gonna have to be honest.
If he's wearing, let me tell you, if he's wearing black and white, everybody's going to freak out that the Nets are going to take him.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
I do
Neek
like.
had something to do with Kobe, though, right? He had like a Kobe, which is an entirely different thing in the context of.
I don't
like,
remember.
I think he had some like a 24, something like that.
A lot of people use their suits and the inside of their suit is lined with their college jersey.
I love that.
I like that.
Or just
Remember?
like something that's special to them.
Kevin Knox had a Fortnite liner that was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, no wonder he didn't work
That was
out.
a pretty bad one.
That's yeah.
It was a pink suit with a Fortnite liner on the inside when
My
you opened it. Yeah,
that's
it was pretty
random.
bad.
I would definitely have some Lord of the Rings-esque swag
Yeah.
going on
For sure.
in my suit somewhere. I don't know what it would be.
Now
but
that
I
would be
have
fitting.
it. Of course it would be.
Very fitting.
The athlete I am. So let's lock in real quick. Final
right.
predictions for tonight. Who are the Kings taking at 7? And will the Kings move back into the first round? You don't have to tell me for who, but will they have another first round pick? And who are the Kings taking at 7? Go around the horn.
Okay. No surprise, people. I'm going with my guy.
Acuff?
From day one, I'm as loyal as they get. Acuff Jr. for me at 7. I do believe they will trade up into the first round.
Let's do call your shot. What number?
Ooh. Let's do like 20.
Okay. Early 20s.
Yeah.
I like it.
Let's do 20.
I think Fleming's. I think Acuff's going to go to Brooklyn, unfortunately.
How dare you?
I like Fleming's, actually. I don't know why I said unfortunately.
I would be happy with Fleming's.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to go back into the first round. I think they're going to get someone good in the second round, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want them to give up too much.
I will go Acuff, and I will say, yes, they do move into the first round. I'll say 25.
Okay.
They move late into the first round to get one more player. Kimberly, I think, asked earlier, why would the Brooklyn Nets take Michael Brown Jr. over Darius Acuff Jr.? I don't have a good answer to that question. All I know is just reading pundits, and there has been repeated mention of the Nets might like Michael Brown Jr. more for their identity and where they're going versus Darius Acuff Jr. Again, I can't really speak on this because, believe it or not, I'm not locked into Jordy Fernandez's style of play and what the Brooklyn Nets identity is. I have no idea. But I know that's gaining a lot of traction. So if Michael Brown Jr. were to be there at 6 and go 6, it might be for their fit more than style or talent.
Can I ask one more question? Does the whole notion narrative of Acuff wanting to be a King, Acuff wanting to go to Sacramento, Acuff, like all of that narrative surrounding that, does that at all play into part where Brooklyn, if it was between two guards, maybe they go with the other guard because of that too?
I don't think you can completely ignore it. I think if Brooklyn wants Acuff, regardless of where he wants to go, they're going to take him.
But if it's more of like a, hey, they're right there neck and neck.
But we've seen this matters. Like we've seen it matter. It didn't matter. I know everyone wants to go, well, Ace Bailey. Yeah, it didn't matter last year. It mattered with Tyrese Halliburton. It's mattered numerous times throughout the history of the draft. If a player wants to go somewhere, I mean, we talked about De'Aaron Fox at 5, wanting to go to the Sacramento Kings. That heavily influenced him being there at 5. Like if players want to go somewhere and players' camps want them to go somewhere, it's not an end-all be-all, but it matters, especially with a high pick in a generational draft to, do I really want to take the risk of taking a player that doesn't want to be here versus another guy that might want to be here that maybe is a little less talented but is a better fit? Like that's all these teams are thinking about this. If the Nets want Darius Acuff Jr. at 6, they're going to take Darius Acuff regardless of where he wants to go.
Sure.
But I do definitely think that plays a factor. I've been hearing since the combine that his camp wants him to go there. Kevin O'Connor made it a little more public recently in one of his latest mock drafts, but I very much believe that Darius Acuff Jr. and his camp want to go to Sacramento. And if the question is why, well, it's because he's going to be able to be the star here right away, compete for Rookie of the Year, put up a ton of shots, be the man, and play for someone who's at least familiar with his family in Scott Perry. I think it makes perfect sense for him to want to come here. And maybe he likes Sacramento's vibe too. I don't know. But hopefully.
Nothing wrong with Sacramento.
No. All right, let's do our MLB mini seasons really quick before we dive in to Crosstalk with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles for what they are calling their Draftapalooza show today. We had quite the interesting day yesterday, my friends. I think this might be a first time ever. First time ever. We have a 3-way tie, including run differential.
What?
Kayla, you picked the Dodgers over the Minnesota Twins yesterday. They won 2-1, so you're +1. I picked the Cardinals, St. Louis Cardinals, I almost said Arizona, over the Arizona Diamondbacks. They won 3-2, so I'm +1.
Wow. Okay.
Anthony picked the Rockies over the Red Sox.
Look at you,
And
Anthony.
the Rockies won.
Look at
They're
you.
going.
3-2.
Oh, that's crazy. So +1s
So
forever.
all 1-0 this week.
Oh,
all
boy.
a 3-way tie with a +1
Underdog.
differential.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's kind of crazy.
All right, so moving into Tuesday, teams available to you, Kayla. You have the Rays, Brewers, A's, and White Sox. The A's, by the way, begin a series with the San Francisco Giants tonight.
I'm going Rays.
Okay. Who are they playing?
No clue.
Get back to me on that.
I
Anthony.
don't know if I have anyone play. Oh, I do. I'm taking the Royals.
Anthony's going Royals.
Royals.
Rays versus, I'll just put ... because I don't know.
The Royals play the Rays.
Wait, Rays versus Royals and Royals versus Rays?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Wait, I'm going head-to-head with you?
Yep.
Let's go.
Oh. And me, I have no idea what I'm going to do. I have the Cubs, Cardinals, Mariners, and Reds to choose from today. Who are they playing? I think the Cubs might be a good pick. They're playing the Mets. Let's do that. I'll go Cubbies over the Mets.
Nice.
There you go. It's our MLB mini seasons. Yes, baseball still exists, but sorry, baseball. It's NBA draft day. Sorry.
We'll get to it again eventually.
At some point. Trust me, it's coming. It's coming.
July, baby.
Oh, boy. In August, then football season starts. I'm excited.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very excited to talk to these two gentlemen when we come back. Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles, they take over for us at 2 o'clock, and they will be broadcasting through the Kings selection at number 7 of tonight's draft. You don't have to turn your radio off. They'll be with you all night long until after that 7th overall pick. And Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles join us next right here on Sactown Sports.
Some people call me the space cowboy.
Steve Miller Band brought you The Joker. And now Carmichael Dave is here to introduce you to The Sipper.
I'm a sipper, not a dipper. I need that shirt.
Big sipper.
I need that shirt.
Some ranch.
Yeah,
Sipping on
He
some
drinks his
ranch.
ranch.
I do drink my ranch.
Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents as local but they're in L.A., red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember,
For the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Catch every soccer tournament match live on the big screens at Super Taco. Join Sactown Sports 1140 for the ultimate viewing party. Win official jerseys, gift cards, and epic merchandise while enjoying great food. Bring your friends, wear your colors, and catch the action. Super Taco. Great food, great fun. See you there.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
Sacramento Kings return to Golden One Center this July for the 8th annual California Classic, presented by Ticketmaster. The Kings, with the 7th pick in the draft, will host the Golden State Warriors, Brooklyn Nets, and the Milwaukee Bucks on July 4th, 5th, and 6th. 3-day general admission passes start at just $50. Come see some NBA rookies, second-year players, and other athletes vying for spots on NBA and G League rosters. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
At Folsom Chevy, General Manager Eric Wilson and his team are dedicated to treating you well and treating your money well. They want to know what you want, what you need to help you decide what's best for you. That's how you're treated at Folsom Chevy. Here's how your money is treated. Right now at Folsom Chevy, they're offering 0% financing for 5 years on every new 2026 Silverado half-ton in stock. That's right, 0% on a two-wheel drive, a four-wheel drive, an LT, RST, High Country, you name it. Folsom Chevy is truck country. You can find them at the Folsom Auto Mall, just off Highway 50 between the Hazel and Folsom exits. From the mountains to the levee, think Folsom Chevy. Together, let's drive. Find out more about the 0% financing offer at folsomchevy.com. Must finance with GM and approved credit. $16.67 per $1,000 financed. Cannot be combined with other offers. Ends July 7th, 2026.
You can buy golf clubs anywhere, but why buy clubs that fit the shelf instead of your swing? That's why Hagen Oaks offers total game fitting. TrackMan dials in your driver and irons. Ping's Bolemic Ball Fitter finds your perfect golf ball. Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps you roll it true. And FootJoy's 3D foot scanner matches you with balance and stability. Whether you're a beginner or accomplished, your best game starts with the right fit. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Better fit, more fun. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
It's NBA Draft Day. Previewing the first-round options for the Sacramento Kings. Here's Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
We made it. We're here. Draft day. No more worrying about how many games the Kings won or lost, how the draft lottery went. No more of that, because we got a name to put to the number 7.
Almost. This is like Christmas. Where can we open presents?
Yeah.
Nope, not yet.
Almost.
Not
Gotta
yet.
go to church first.
The torture's going to be for you guys.
Yeah.
Because you guys got to do the whole build-up. The whole build-up. Every single second of those 5 minutes on the clock, you guys are going to have to fill.
And ounces, we're staying till 3 a.m. tonight.
Wow.
Hopefully.
There you go, Alan.
If they'll let us. Yeah.
You need
We'll be here.
You need more Celsius than that, my friend.
Oh yeah, I'll section it out. I'll make sure.
I don't know about y'all. I woke up this morning feeling very optimistic. I just woke up feeling good, feeling ready, excited for like the next chapter, a new hope. But I'm also ready to actually talk about something, and I know, why do you feel this way? Something actually definitive and not hypothetical. It's okay, we'll know who the dude is.
Right.
And then we can talk about what incorporating him looks like.
But we already know, right?
Well, we already know.
95%.
Do we know? I don't know.
96% Al.
Keeps crawling.
Yeah.
Cow sheet keeps crawling up as the day goes by. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm big on hypotheticals.
I just got to say I'm glad you guys are getting along after that back and forth via text yesterday on golf. So I'm just glad to see you guys.
Yeah, breakfast balls are whack. Although he had a comeback that I had no comeback to. He said, I don't get breakfast balls because I tee off after noon.
Yeah, and then he didn't respond.
I didn't have anything. I was like, that's a good point. I got nothing.
Drop mic there.
This guy cheats at golf. This guy just adds all the strokes or takes away any strokes that he wants at golf. This guy.
You play. It depends on who you ask. I'm within the USGA rules. That's all I know.
Breakfast ball's not in the USGA.
No, those aren't. But
or foot wedge.
but those, that's a little different.
Or winter rules in the summer.
Winter rules.
Or giving somebody a putt they've already missed.
That's
so
crazy.
that you can get one of those. Good. I said you were already good. Yeah. You were already good.
Do you have the 18 inches marked on your putter?
No.
Oh.
No. I just eyeball it.
Yeah, see, that's a problem.
Oh, he gives like 5-footers for
well,
par because he wants them when it's.
He'll give you your 5-footer so he can have his 7-foot slider.
I am a good golf partner.
You are.
And you would be lucky to get scored by me.
I enjoyed golfing with you. We should do it again.
We should.
Can I play in the new Media Golf League?
That one's going to be a tougher sell, but, we'll figure something out.
Did you get to the website yet? We're still having some problems.
I just resubmitted my application.
We're on GoDaddy. We're trying to get the we're trying to get the site back functional.
That site means something very different, I think, now.
Oh. Okay. Ask G.
Anyway, I don't know why you guys even brought that up, but I'm glad you are getting along.
You brought it up.
You brought it up. I brought it up. What's the difference?
You brought it up.
Kayla brought it up. What does it matter?
It does matter.
Here we are.
It does matter.
The pick is the pick, Alan.
The pick. Hey, if the pick is the pick, the pick is the pick. That's
right.
all I know.
Right.
And
that's like the new. It is what it is. The pick is the pick.
The pick is the pick.
Try that in real life.
Yeah.
Why did you take out the garbage? You said you were gonna. Hey, the pick is the pick, right?
The pick is the pick. Before this is all over,
I don't like this.
I will say that I probably was sleeping on Kingston Fleming's athleticism a little bit. I can say that.
I'm with you.
You watch and just from what he's doing to the other guys in that area, nobody has that type of athleticism. Not Acuff, definitely not Wagler. And I haven't seen enough of Michael, but Michael is just shooting threes the whole time.
He gets up high and in a hurry.
He really does.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what to do with that. Everybody is questioning the jump shot, the trade down, probably dead, but I do wonder what he will look like on a Hawks or a team like that where you don't need him to be the guy. Organize, elevate when you need to. And that jump shot will eventually make its way, right?
Kayla and I were talking about this today, though. Is there not a new trade down for what revived scenario with 10 and 13 now with Milwaukee?
I don't know what is more stunning, Kayla. The fact that Allen now is like, Fleming's is pretty good, or that Matt is saying, some of these trade down scenarios.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it. But I'm saying there could be, if you feel like Kingston Fleming's could be there at 10, maybe you try and talk yourself. I wouldn't do it, but
that's what we were saying last week. If by some chance he was going to be there at 12, which is unlikely, but that's what we were talking about.
But now you could get to 10. I don't think it's going to happen. I know you guys talked with Jake Gaden as well, and I don't know. As much as I would like for some fireworks, it feels like the Kings aren't going to overthink it. They're just going to ride with Acuff into the sunset. And it doesn't. From what I've heard, I checked in once the Bucks thing happened. I checked in this morning, and it doesn't feel like the Bucks are necessarily in a hurry to move up. Now anything could happen.
Sure.
But they don't have any picks, so they kind of need a bunch of young talent.
Kayla, in a dog draft, which breed are you picking first? You have the first pick.
Probably Lab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're next, Matt.
Lab would have been my first pick, so
It's gone. It's gone now.
I guess I'll go Golden Retriever, I guess.
All solid picks,
a cat.
All solid picks.
Cat.
I can't beat those.
I would go Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Like tabby.
Red gets identified as that sometimes.
I thought so. I noticed that
That's
when I
not
saw
what he
dog.
is, though.
Yeah, he got some of those. Those are good dogs.
Pomeranian.
Of course.
Alan's going for the yappy dog.
Yeah. Bite your ankles a little bit. Chihuahua. Yeah.
My point is the Kings need a dog.
Kings do need
They
a dog.
do.
Acuff's a dog.
Any kind of dog.
Acuff's like a pit bull, though.
Oh, yeah? Pit bulls are
Well,
supposed to
they're
be really
good dogs. They are.
Yeah. If
They're
they're,
good dogs. in
raised
the right family, which,
yeah.
like you said, got to be raised properly in the Kings organization.
How has the response been? Because I actually thought it was a really fun talker. I missed this on the show yesterday. I tuned out after the golf talk because it just angered me so much.
Good.
No, I actually really enjoyed it. It was hilarious. The using Maxime Reynaud to move back into the first round. My question is this you finding an alternative to using like a protected first to move back into the first round and Max is the best option there? Is that
right?
Why did you pick Max specifically?
Well, I thought it was interesting because, he was the best rookie, right? I mean, he was second team all rookie. So I thought it was an interesting conversation. And, we've done this dance before with the Keon Ellises of the world and a lot of the comment. Like, my whole thing about it isn't saying no. It's anyone who finds it laughable.
Right.
Because it's definitely not laughable.
Sure.
Because you look at what this draft is supposed to be, and you look at Maxime, and I would ask those people, because we had the same conversation yesterday, what do you think Max is going to be, right? And somebody said, well, I think he'll be better than the number 20 pick in this draft. Okay, that's fine. That's your opinion. So that's my question. Is he going to be Zubats? Is he going to be better than Şengün? Because that's what I would ask anyone who's just kind of laughing it out of the conversation. You can say no.
Are you talking to me? Because I didn't laugh it out of the conversation.
No.
I said straight up no, because I don't look at this Kings organization as the spot to do that.
Yeah.
Because that's one of Perry's first successful draft picks.
Sure.
That would make it hard.
That you're trying to build depth on this team too.
No, that's fine. That's
so
fine.
It's like,
I wasn't talking about you, Kayla. A bunch of people responded,
Okay.
not just you.
Okay.
I promise you. We had a long conversation yesterday before I even knew you were a part
People respond
of
to
this.
it strongly.
Yes, people respond to it strongly.
Yeah, and it's not because it's laughable, but it does, like, if your response is, like, not kind of strong, then you probably don't understand the question.
Well, I mean, he's a 42nd.
Yes.
How good do you think Max is going to be?
I don't know yet, but I know enough to know at least this is the beginning of the developing of the team where I think he can contribute in some way right now.
The other question is this. Domantas Sabonis is still there.
Yeah.
So.
But he's probably not going to be in at least a year.
Okay, so what's Max going to do for a year?
Well, he's going to get better, hopefully, and be able to possibly even be that dude.
You see what I'm saying,
once
though?
Max leaves, or once
all I'm
Domantas
saying is right now they could make a decision. Domantas Sabonis, hey, we can't get anything for Domantas Sabonis. I don't want to give anything up. Screw it. We're just going to let him be the vet, right? We were talking to Bobby Gerald earlier. That was on the morning show.
Yeah.
Domantas Sabonis is much better than Maxime Reynaud, and Maxime Reynaud may never be as good as Domantas Sabonis.
Sure.
Right? So you can make a decision. You can have to move off of Domas and give up assets, which that's your prerogative. Or you can say, you know what? We can flip a 42nd pick, right? And you still would run a tandem of Sabonis and Dylan Cardwell, and you can get whatever back with pick number 20. So again...
Can I add something real quick? That is also, though, you betting on you're going to hit at 20 or you're going to hit something better. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, just because this is supposed to be a better draft, and I know you value the middle of it, maybe I don't value it as much because maybe
you value a random season from Maxime Reynaud more than I do.
I think I just did longer term. I
mean, the
think
team
random.
stunk. We've gone through this. We literally, when Maxime won, all rookie, and nobody was higher on Maxime happening to fall to the Kings last draft than me. But the reality is we read off all these all-rookie teams, and a lot of these dudes ain't in the league anymore. So, you're being definitive is crazy to me.
So you're like his value might never be higher, so capitalize on the value
Khalil
now.
Ware, and this is what I text you. Khalil Ware was untouchable last year after he had his, or 2 years ago, whenever it was, after his breakout season. And now the Heat, I mean, he's just a piece. He's just a piece.
I think it's not definitive on either side of either way you go. And that's the thing. It's like some people are more like risky in terms of get the most right now. I'm more of like, let's see the development of the team with a guy who's only gotten a year under his belt.
Yeah, the main thing is this. Domantas Sabonis is still on the team. So I don't know how many minutes a night Maxime is going to get. If you move Domantas Sabonis this season, then cool. I just don't know what they're going to do. And I don't think it's worth it to attach assets to Domantas Sabonis in order to get Maxime Reynaud more playing time.
It depends on what they see as Maxime Reynaud's ceiling and how they think he's going to fit what they're doing. And we don't really know that.
We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. I don't know what to do with this season. Let's never forget, Michael Carter-Williams won Rookie of the Year.
Sure.
So I don't know. All I know is there's some really good names in this draft, and it's supposed to be a good one.
By the way, Matt, today, Jason Anderson from The Bee. We got Stephen Gillespie from Let's see, no ceilings. And we also will talk to David Lee from Hoop Collective.
As well as be on the air when the Sacramento Kings make their selection at 7, plus reaction to that. I'm heading out to the Golden One Center. Hope to see all of you out there for that. And we'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to break down everything that the Sacramento Kings do, what the new rookie, and what Scott Perry has to say after it's all over and done with tonight. Appreciate you tuning in. Stay tuned all night long. The Drive Guys, Whitey Gleason,